Good evening, guys. Welcome to another installment of Saturday evening live stream. Hey, CR, good to see you, brother. How are you doing? Actually, what to do without fuel and power. How to keep your heat, keep you warm when you don't have fuel or power, my friend. That's the topic for today. Well, how has your week been, CR? I hope you had a great week. My week has been pretty good, actually, so I can't complain. Oh, we have two in the house. Good. Awesome. I hope you too had a great week. It's good to see you guys. Less cold now, at least. Yeah. What's your temperature now, CR? I don't know what temperature we had today, but I can check that up. I think we had something around, somewhere between 6 or 7 degrees Celsius, minus 6 or 7 degrees. So now it's at 9, 1 hour we will have at least -3. So what's your temperature, CR? And we wait until more people drop in. Well, okay, 10 minus 10. That's not that bad. It could be worse. So how are you? How are you doing, CR? I hope everything is good with you, my friend. Preparedness veteran. Hey, buddy, how are you doing? Good to see you, brother. And by the way, I pinned the StreamYard link in the top of the chat as usual. So feel free to click the link and join me up here, my friend. Hey, Endo, good to see you, brother. How are you doing? Good to hear, preparedness veteran. Good to hear. That's pretty good up here, too, for me as well, so I can't complain. My week has at least been pretty good. And I got my watch back. I needed to change battery in my watch, so I got it back. Valerie Cooper, good to see you. How are you doing? I need to check you channel out, my friend. Okay. Good to see you guys. It's nice to have you here. And as I said, feel free to click the StreamYard link and join me up here. Hey, PV, good to see you.
Shadow, you okay? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Yeah, good. I'm just working on the picture. Wait one.
Yeah. The one who gave me the idea to this topic, what to do without fuel and power, it was actually Uncle Al. So it's a good topic. How to stay warm when you don't have fuel or power. Okay, Hendo, thanks for that. I appreciate that.
Right. Anyway, I'll just keep talking until some sort of picture comes online. I do this every week. I don't know what happens, but yeah. Anyway, yeah. Was it how to keep warm? What to do without fuel and power? All right, good.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Uncle Al for a while. I've watched his videos,
No.
so I like to watch everyone's videos I'm subscribed to and give a good comment.
Yeah. He uploaded a lot of videos, but he is probably pretty busy, so.
Yeah, aren't we all? Yeah. Yep. Here we are. Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, without fuel and power, difficult to do, really, I suppose.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose the basic form of heat would be wood.
Sooner or later, when grid is down, the fuel will run out. So even for your heater you have it at home, your portable heater that fuel will run out too, and the wood will probably you will run out too if you sooner or later, because when people don't have anything to heat their homes, they will probably cut down a lot of trees. So at the end,
yeah,
you will have no fuel to heat you
to
stay warm.
I'm in a temporary location at the moment. I've been here ever since November, and we got a multi-fuel solid stove heater.
Yeah.
And what we do is every now and then, if I drive down the road and I pass a skip and it's got loads of wood in there, I'll load the car up.
Yeah.
And stack it up, and you get home and you can saw it up, chop it up, and it just keeps you going. You've got to watch out for things like that contain paint or resins or tar or asbestos and stuff like that. And you've got to watch what you burn, but it definitely supplements the coal, cuts down the coal costs, and extends sort of the life of it. Generally, what I tend to find is I put loads of wood on in the morning, and then just keep it ticking over once the heat's built up throughout the day using coal. But yeah, like you say, it won't last forever. And once all the gases run out, if it gets to that stage, then people are going to have to go foraging for wood, or start using their own furniture, or cutting down dead trees.
Yeah.
There's quite a few places around the British Isles that burn peat. I know you're not supposed to nowadays. It's deemed illegal because of the emissions it releases, but there's still quite a lot of communities in the very north parts of Scotland, Ireland, some parts of Wales, which still burn peat. They just go out into a field, dig it up, and and burn that.
Yeah, and I guess that gives pretty good heat from that, I guess.
I'm not too sure. I know it doesn't smell too good because the guy next to us used to burn it and it just stunk. But that's
Yeah.
of no great concern when you have to resort to those methods. But that's for heating anyway. But power, I suppose the golden solution for power would be your batteries and solar panels at the end of the day, because you can just keep going with them for years and years and years.
Yeah.
I mean, I know solar panels have got a finite lifespan, but I mean, the ones I've got have lasted so far 14 years. And I think the ones I have are got a 25-year lifespan, but way before the solar panels fail or deteriorate,
Yeah.
you will need to replace your batteries anyway, because I mean, the batteries I have, they've lasted 10 years with good management, and I'm going to have to replace them next year. So batteries is sort of the key failure point on them.
Yeah.
Even my last year we had a hot summer, really hot,
Yeah.
unusually hot for Britain, and the cabling going along my roof to the solar panels, they were melting, and I'm going to have to look at replacing those because the outer shielding of the wire to the solar panels, they're starting to they've definitely deteriorated in the sun from last year. So yeah, anything mechanical, it just and exposed to the sun all the time just doesn't last, unfortunately. So even if you have got a solar setup, 25 years and that's it, and you're going to have to go around every now and then collecting spare parts and replacing the odd component here and there. But on the plus side, solar panels are that much in abundance, you could go foraging elsewhere. Depends on the population hazard.
Yeah.
One thing I haven't tried yet, and I've seen quite a few people have small systems, is wind turbines. So they have solar panel sort of top ups in the daytime, and at night time they just switch to or use their wind generator.
Yeah.
Keep the batteries from draining too much, because what people got to remember at the end of the day is the solar panels and the wind turbines, they don't provide you power. They keep your batteries charged.
Yeah.
And they reduce the discharge time of your batteries. But on the plus side, the efficiency of them is much greater than, say, an engine or an alternator, because alternators say 70 odd percent, 80% max efficiency to charge your batteries. So you'll never get your batteries more than 80% charged with an alternator unless you've got it running constantly for hours and hours and hours, and you're wasting fuel. Whereas solar panels will keep your batteries top right up to the 95% sort of plus mark. So yeah, well, again, batteries can be salvaged from all sorts of places, boats, vehicles, and nowadays, certain parts of the electrical grid, especially in England, have got backup battery sort of storage facilities where they bolster up the grid, because if the grid was to fail, which is a bit unlikely, you need power to start power. So yeah, well, there's a lot of interesting ways people can produce power, I suppose. What would be the ideal solution is to have a little stream in your backyard and to have a little hydro turbine, solar panels and wind. So you've got 3 bases covered.
Vanessa's Kitty says one can make an axial flux generator with a Halbach array of permanent magnets. They are very efficient. Okay. Have no idea what an axial flux generator is, but
I was going to say, does that involve time travel?
yeah.
I wouldn't know. I've never actually heard of that, so I wouldn't know even where to start.
Well, Vanessa Katie.
CR's all charged up for this stream, he says.
Yeah.
Where is he?
You're very welcome, Ace Flower. One. I'm all charged up for this stream. Yeah.
Suppose the immediate threat when you lose power and run out of fuel is your ability to maintain your core body temperature. So
Yeah.
heating or cooling will be the immediate priority. Because you're more likely to die of hypothermia or hyperthermia rather than starving to death.
Yeah, maintain the core temperature is really important.
But it depends, I suppose, on the scenario of what scenario brings you to the point where there's no fuel and power. Because if it's a localized event like an earthquake,
yeah,
or regional event, shall I say, then it's not going to be as much of a problem because you can move to an area where there is power, or power will eventually be restored, along with aid agencies coming on the scene at some point, rather than a wide-scale event where it's a national event where no one's got power. It's a pretty good grid failure.
Yeah.
So at that point, then the clock's ticking. If you got any sort of fuel device like a generator, or unless you've got any sort of backup power like solar panels or wind or a stream next to you to do a hydro. An immediate backup solution, I suppose, would be to find out what's going on. So you could use power banks, these small power bank solar generators that people use, like the Bluetti and the Jackery Explorer.
Yeah.
But eventually, when they are depleted, you're going to have to charge them at some point. And if it's a high capacity version, it's got a high capacity lithium battery in there, and that's going to have to be charged. So unless you've got solar, petrol, diesel generator, or wind again, then it's not going to be powered. It's a short-term solution, really.
Yeah.
In one sort of end of the scale, I envy these countries that have got a lot of sunshine. Then it shouldn't be that much of a problem. Then you can just put out loads of solar panels, and the power solution wouldn't be that much of a problem. But in UK, for instance, from November onwards, November till May, late May, you can forget it. Solar isn't a viable sort of reliable means of power generation. You're going to have a lot of solar capture.
Yeah.
So in other words, people wondering what that means. If you've got a 20 amp solar. Oh my god! If your system is 20 amps and the throughput is only 20 amps, then no matter how sunny it is, only 20 amps can go through. But you can increase the footprint of your solar panels to say 60, 80, 100 amps.
Yeah.
And on a cloudy day, you'll get more throughput up to that 20 amps through. But that'll come out of space probably. I know there's a lot of all the new build houses in Britain. There a lot of them now are coming and falling in line to planning regulations, and a lot more of them have got solar panels on their roofs nowadays, a lot more insulated. But there's a hell of a lot of buildings in Britain which aren't. And all the older ones, all the coal mining communities, for instance, they're little houses, inefficient insulation, and they'll just be plunged into the dark ages with a standard coal fire. That'll be it. It's quite an interesting. You've heard of Cody Lundeen, Shadow?
Yeah, I'm very familiar with him.
Yeah, you've seen his house, have you?
Yeah, I have.
It's a self-sustained house, basically, and he's built it in such a way where it's south-facing, big windows on the south-facing side, and stone floor, so that in the daytime, the stone floor captures the heat and stuff. It's a good way to go.
Yeah, he has a pretty cool house, actually.
But again, he's living in a place with lots of sunshine, so he's making use of that sort of environment. Passive solar house.
Yeah.
Yeah, 98.
He put a lot of work on that house, but it turned out to be really good.
Yeah, it's a nice house. I like the way he's done it. He's a lot of thought gone into it, and it's not just aesthetically pleasing. It's done in such a way that it's cleverly laid out, and it doesn't look like it's efficient. You know what I mean? You first look at it and you think, oh well, all the heat's going to escape out the windows, but it doesn't. It's captured by the stone floor.
Yeah, I could have a house like that. That would be awesome, actually.
I would all love a house like that. It's a case of winning the lottery, then yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But probably here in Sweden, it would probably be difficult to build a house like that. But because of the rules.
Yeah, you got to have steep pitch roofs and stuff for the snow.
Yeah, and probably you need some help to build it too. But I like that type of design of a house.
Yeah, it'd be a good position to be in to have one of those. I mean, the main thing is location. If you're living in a place like you are there, Sweden.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to be a lot harder than someone living in a sunnier place.
Yeah. And I wonder to have a house like that here in Sweden. especially wintertime. I wonder, would that keep the heat in, or would it be a really a very, very cold house?
Well, if you look at, you've heard of a channel called Hoople's Cat?
Yeah, I'm familiar with that channel too. I'm
Yeah,
subscribed to his channel, by the way. So
good. Yeah, he's moved into a solar passive house, and he lives in Northern Ontario,
yeah,
and he just heats his house basically with one stove.
yeah,
I think he's the same sort of thing. He's got south facing big windows inside of his house,
yeah,
capturing all the sunlight coming in. Really, really good insulation.
yeah,
So he captures and minimizes the escape of the heat.
yeah,
And of course, like every good prepper, a good solid fuel stove, multi-fuel stove, so you can burn wood, coal, and you can also cook in it as well.
yeah.
Yeah, triple pane windows, CR said. We're gradually getting thicker and thicker with windows. In the 40s, 50s, 60s, it used to be single glazed windows. Then double glazing was pushed onto everyone. Then it was double glazing with some sort of gas in between each pane. Triple
Yeah.
glazing. I've even heard of 4 panes, quadruple glazing, but I've never known anyone to have one of those.
I never heard about the quadruple pane windows. Never heard of them.
Yeah, there'll be
Before.
someone out there with it. Yeah.
I'm familiar with triple pane windows. Yeah.
I suppose it'll even come down to if some sort of event happens where you actually need it's wiped the grid out. You may not even be in a house or a shelter. You might have to
Yeah.
resort to living out of a car or a vehicle.
Yeah.
So people have got to take into consideration how they're going to heat the car, cook in their car, or close by anyway.
Yeah.
Minimal facilities. And I suppose
And
if it gets to that stage,
yeah, and sooner or later the fuel in the car will run out too. So
yeah, I mean, if it gets to that stage, then you're looking at living in a tent,
yeah, exactly.
basically.
Build a teepee or something.
Well, yeah, the worse the scenario, the more we go back in time and adopt the older methods.
Yeah, I think we have to go back and use the old methods.
I mean, people revere the Swedish bushcraft scene here in Britain, but is bushcraft a big thing in reality in Sweden? Or are people more technologically minded now?
Bushcrafting here in Sweden has been more popular, basically. So we have here in Sweden even what you call it? It's a bushcraft. I don't find the English word for it. Typical.
What's it involve?
Well, it's a lot of people who visit. It's like a market, but it is not a market. It's people can every bushcraft to put up their tables and they can demonstrate things and
Oh yeah, like a bushcraft convention gathering type thing.
exactly, convention.
Right,
Yeah,
right, right. Well, so that's a big thing. Is it more popular in summer? I take it.
Yeah, it's in the summertime most of the time. So, but the problem is they have these so-called bushcrafts conventions in the southern parts of the country. So that sucks a little bit.
Yeah, we have similar smaller events here, but they're more or less bushcraft show, wilderness gathering, and stuff like that. To be honest, they cost so much money to get in.
Yeah.
You pay a lot of money to get in to see an expert speaker, and you walk around a load of stalls selling your things. So it's just like paying to go into a market, really. And the space to actually practice bushcraft in England is pretty minimal because A, you've got to ask the landowner's permission. B, you can't really start chopping down trees willy-nilly or lighting fires, or you've got to be very, very careful. Not as if you would just go down doing that irresponsibly anyway, but yeah. Yeah, like Hendo says there, we'll do a lot of barbecuing. We'll use the contents of your freezer first. Start barbecuing that. Another thing every prepper should have is a good barbecue or means to make a makeshift cooker. A couple of bricks, breeze blocks.
Yeah.
Shopping trolley. Anything with some sort of metal grid to it. Did you see the Bob? He's got a one that he made a while back. He had a good little cooker that he used, and he built it specifically for in case he has to use it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think America's the land of conventions, isn't it?
Yeah, they have bushcraft conventions, and they have prepping conventions. They have, almost every convention
they've got a
you
convention
can come up with.
You got showering convention, chicken convention, bushcraft convention, prepper convention, you name it, there's one for it, and it's normally in and around Las Vegas.
Yeah, and gun conventions, and you name it. I think that is a little bit sad that we don't have much prepping conventions here in Sweden. No, we don't have them. We have other conventions, but not prepping conventions.
Yeah, I suppose people have got to, anyone with a preparedness mindset has got to think outside the box. And if they want to learn or see various pieces of equipment, then they've got to go to other types of conventions or shows to see what's the latest stuff out there. Like you've got the caravan and camping show, for instance, in Britain. So you go along there and see all the caravan and the camping gear, the latest gear if you want to see that, which is, I mean, I'm sure most preppers have got a set of camping gear. If they haven't, they should, because that's, the last sort of fallback.
Speaking of conventions, we will have a convention here in the city I live which is nice, and it's always in May, and it contains for 3 days. This year it is from May 18th to May 20th this year. So and it says sport and sport and wood and forest and outdoors. Well, it's health and beauty and house and home, like that.
Yeah.
And it's about technique and engines, different things, and it's usually draw 20,000 visitors every year. So
yeah, it's those sorts of things that aren't specifically for preparedness or any unique sort of mitigating events that you can go and have a look at, and there'll always be some device there or demo there that you can use on the preparedness side.
Yeah,
like the latest barbecue or solar cooker, solar heater, outdoor shower, tent, sleeping mat, and so on and so on. It's basically there are places to go which can spark up ideas and inspire you to seek other avenues. And at the end of the day, I mean, there's a million and one gadgets out there, and 9 times out of 10, if you've thought of it, someone else already made it already. So you just got to actually speak to someone or find the piece of equipment or find someone who knows where to find it. And I think we've come a long way on the internet so far, where just about every piece of information is out there. It's just the case of actually finding it. Yeah.
Well, I know the civil defense, our local civil defense association, we will be there.
So that's that was born about from the Russian threat, I'll take it. And you meet up and have training days, do you?
The technology of the prepping world and outdoor living has evolved a lot. Yeah, I agree with you about that, Hendo. James Guy, great to see you.
Definitely has. What I tend to find is the wheel isn't getting reinvented. The equipment is getting. These days, I find the equipment is getting a lot more single-use, flimsy, more breakable than the older equipment. But it's the technological equipment which is becoming more efficient. Yeah, I find a lot more. The old equipment lasts a lot longer, but it's a lot heavier. And I mean, tents nowadays, some of the lightweight tents, so thin, and it just I can't see a lot of these tents lasting a whole lot of time. For instance, Gore-Tex, yep, that's got to be the one.
Yeah, Gore-Tex is an awesome
Gore-Tex
material.
is a godsend. Before Gore-Tex, we had plastic waterproofs in the army.
Yeah.
We used to call them Peter Plastics. And you got more wet on the inside than you did on the outside, and people just didn't bother.
Yeah.
Gore-Tex came along and it just revolutionized.
You have to pay a lot more for it, but
yeah, definitely worth it.
Yeah.
It basically just revolutionized the outdoor world in terms of keeping dry, the ability to move outside in the wet and rain. Yeah, Hendo says lack of quality, mass production. That's about right. A lot of these companies now, it says designed in Germany and made in China. To what standard, I don't know.
Yeah, I agree with that too. Many tents today are not durable enough. Well, Bob, you get that right. Cold, wet death. Yeah.
Yeah. One factor missing out of that's the wind.
Yeah, the wind chill factor.
And that's why I always maintain that temperate conditions are one of the most dangerous conditions in the winter, because for one, when there's no snow on the ground, it catches a lot of people out and they think it's not that cold out there because it's not snowing.
Yeah.
But you're going out in these damp conditions, you've got light rain in the air with the wind, and it is just lethal. People just do not compensate for that element without snow. Yeah, CR says wind chill was minus 35 earlier on in the week.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Bob. You can die even above freezing temperatures. You can die in pretty warm environments.
Yeah, you can.
And there's been a lot of examples of it.
Trust me, I know. It's not fun.
It all comes back to that thing we said earlier, maintaining your core body temperature.
Yeah.
It's essential.
Yeah,
Hyper
it's
and
essential.
hyper. Another thing to add to your fuel and power sort of topic is clothing. If you the essential clothing is a passive form of protection. If you've got a decent jacket, a decent puffer jacket or rain jacket or whatever, and you're walking along and for some reason you slip, bang your head, get knocked out, that will keep you alive. Because it's what I call passive survival. It's protecting you without any undue effort. So having the right gear to begin with, clothing, is probably a major key factor.
Yeah, it is. Get dressed in layers.
Yeah, even comes down to your hands and fingers, your dexterity of your hands and fingers, and the ability to adapt and change the environments as well. So take layers off, put layers on.
Yeah, Vanessa says multi-use jacket and outwear layers.
Yeah, definitely. If you've got the right amount of layers, it will cut down on the need to burn extra fuel and use extra power for any sort of heating source. A good source of clothing. I prefer wool.
Yeah, wool is the best.
My preference. Merino wool if you can get it, but I prefer wool.
Yeah,
And if anyone's after a cheap pure wool jumper, for instance, go an army surplus store and get the older army wool jumpers. They're pure wool. Most of them nowadays are made of acrylic. The problem with acrylic is when it gets too hot, it melts and sticks to your skin. So it can provide you a secondary sort of injury. I think a lot of the old mountain troops in Germany, Sweden, Norway, places like that, they had wool trousers as well, I think.
yeah,
Seems to be a rare sort of find nowadays.
yeah.
Yeah, don't forget your wool socks and wool gloves. Have you ever come across? You must have come across Dachstein mitts, Shadow.
Oh,
Dachstein mittens. They're like a grey mitten, and they're so warm. It's
okay.
they're made of they've got an inner core of felt, and the actual glove itself is made of wool. Can't remember what
Yeah,
type of wool. But they're such a tight weave that any moisture that your hand produces, it gets whipped away straight out.
yeah,
And when they make them, they're huge. These things. What they do is they shrink them down and shrink them down and shrink them down, and it becomes really dense and tightly
yeah.
woven.
This one is really warm. This is the old Swedish army uniform. This is made of wool, basically.
Yeah. Does that date back for Second World War type era?
Yeah, this is a Model 39 uniform.
Was that 1939?
Yeah, Model 1939. Yeah,
Right. All right. So it's similar to British
yeah,
Army battle dress.
yeah. This is really warm.
Right.
But if this uniform get wet, it takes basically forever before it's dry out.
Yeah. Well, I thought one of the only drawbacks in it is when wool gets wet, it gets really heavy as well.
Yeah, and that is what this uniform will be, very heavy.
But I mean, it just comes down to the management of the conditions. So if it does start to rain and you are wearing that sort of gear, then you put your waterproof Gore-Tex jacket on, for instance.
Yeah,
So yeah, I mean, I think you get there are certain types of wool which are treated, which repel water, and
yeah,
they don't suffer with that heaviness. Swan dryer shirts from New Zealand. That's the same type of shirt that's got some sort of coating on it, which protects you from the rain as well.
yeah.
But they're pretty expensive. Swan dry shirts.
Another thing is cleaning and during your gear is important too. Yeah,
Equipment maintenance, yeah, definitely. Hole only gets bigger. Yeah, Bob uses something called Camp Dry.
never heard of that one before.
I'm assuming it's a water repellent additive or water repellent spray that you add to your clothes to enhance its effectiveness.
Yeah,
Yeah. So passive clothing. Well, clothing as a form of passive protection. So it protects you without any undue effort, reduces your fuel output and your power need. And people have just got to conserve what they've got and look at what's likely event is to cause a power outage and how long they deem it's going to be necessary to sustain themselves off grid, and take precautions thereafter.
Yeah.
I suppose the biggest problem would be if you're in an apartment or a block of flats where your wood storage is limited. Your ability to burn wood is very limited.
Yeah.
You can't exactly go building fires in a block of flats.
No. I know. I live in an apartment myself on the top floor, so
yeah. So what's your contingencies for heating, fuel, and power?
well, you can't store that much fuel by the law here. You can, if I remember it correct, you can store, I believe it is at home, you can store 10-liter fuel for your gas stove or your heater.
So is your heating or cooking? What's the alternative to electricity? You use gas?
We have our stoves here are run on electricity. We don't have gas stoves in the apartment, so you have to buy a smaller gas camping stove or something.
Right. So as a single point of failure, your electrical grid goes out or the power gets cut off to your block of flats or your region, then it's down to some sort of small scale camping device.
Yeah, that is what you have to use.
Yeah. It's a pity that if you had everyone on board in your sort of block of flats or anything, you could have a sort of meeting and all come to some sort of arrangement where you set up some sort of communal heating area or cooking area. But the only problem with that is it's just too many variables, and unless everyone's on board and you trust everyone, then it sort of goes out the window really, because you can't really trust everyone when the chips are down. You can't rely on everyone. You can't rely on anyone to really keep you awake, guarding over your door these days. You fall asleep or come up with some excuse that it wasn't my turn, you know. So you're on your own, sort of thing.
Yeah.
But when you really need to, I suppose it just comes down to the same as everything else, ingenuity, and there's all sorts of other sort of mechanisms you could use, I suppose. Yeah, hay boxes are slow but passive, CR, but I wouldn't like to attempt a hay box. Well, you've got to get hold of hay, for instance, and if you're in a block of flats, for instance, that'll be one of those showstoppers. All sorts of little suggestions coming in here, from charcoal and wood grills to gas stoves with natural gas lines, hay boxes. Surprised no one's mentioned the old ceramic, the flower pot with a bolt going through it yet, and the candle tea light.
Yeah.
I tried that once on my boat, and it didn't work. It was absolutely freezing after about 4 hours in there.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, Bob, we was talking about you earlier. I said you did a video earlier, a couple of videos back about your makeshift cooker, and he mentions it there. I use a paint can and wood to cook with, and if anyone's interested, go back to Bob's channel and Bob942, and you'll see it. It's definitely a good use of resources and a good little cooker.
Clay cooking pots and baking pans, etc. Yeast in bulk.
Just for lockdown, about a year before lockdown, I converted a van into a complete livable bug-out vehicle, which is more than capable of self-sustaining me and my wife for 2 weeks. We've tried that out multiple times for more than 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I've got solar panels on the roof. I've got obviously the engine and the engine heater if it needs to be to use that. Full tank of diesel, which can go for 600 mile. And I installed in there a gas cooker with a spare bottle, so that's 2 months worth of cooking. 100 litres of water, and I've also put in there what people call cheap Chinese diesel heaters, and you can get them off eBay, Amazon for about 100 to 200 pounds plus. Very cheap. They're a bit fiddly to install, and they come with a 10-litre diesel tank, and they're really, really good. They're unbelievably good for the money, and they are a brilliant source of heating for anyone who wants a backup supply. And all you need is you buy the heater, 10 litres of diesel, and the 10-litre diesel will last between a week and 2 weeks, depending on how often you use it, but generally about a week to 2 weeks. And if you fill a 20-litre jerry can up with diesel, then you've got, say, a 3-week supply there.
Yeah.
To be fair. And all you need then is a decent battery with a means to charge it, and away you go. And it will take a small space, the size of a large van on the inside, 20 minutes, and it will go from 5 degrees C up to 21 degrees C really quickly. And it's dry. It's dry air that it puts out. It's not a wet air, because there are a lot of these, for instance, these gas heaters, the propane gas heaters, then pump out moisture as well, and it will just fill the room up with moisture as well as heat. And you will notice it because if you have any windows nearby, all the windows just steam up straight away. You have condensation inside the windows straight away.
Yeah.
But these cheap Chinese diesel heaters, it's dry blown air, and they're really good. They're a cheap version of the Eberspatcher heaters, if anyone's ever heard of those, which are 3 times the price. So if anyone wants a cheap solution, yes, they're from China. We like buying things from China because they're crap, but it's worth an immediate punt, so to speak, on getting a quick contingency up and running. So definitely a good way of heating things.
Yeah.
But again, like you say, it relies on fuel. When that runs out, that's it. It's a case of go foraging.
Yeah, I wanna show you something I just found. I'm gonna share this with you because I think this might work pretty good. This is tea candle heater, basically. I like the design on it. And this one you can
Right. Yep.
buy on Amazon. So
So what's that? So let's see what we're looking at there. So are they metal cones?
yeah,
Right.
it's one larger and one smaller inside the bigger one.
How many tea lights we got there then? About 8. Yeah.
That might work.
Yeah, I suppose that'll work. It's I'd be tempted to at least paint those metal cones black, because black's a better radiator of heat.
Yeah.
I wonder why they're not ceramic, because I'm sure, I mean, ceramic would hold the heat better. That's why someone come up with a clay type traditional pot that everybody's seen. That's quite big, yeah?
Yeah, it is. It's pretty cool, actually.
There's some good tea lights out there nowadays, which will last a long time. You can get 8-hour tea lights.
Yeah.
I mean, some of these really cheap tea lights, they're just so much of a hazard. It's just, they last a couple of hours and then they're gone. It's not worth it. So people definitely worth the investment to get the longer 8-hour burning tea lights.
Yeah. And the price for it is not that bad, actually.
We're looking at 288 crown.
Yeah.
How much is that? It's, a quick calculation there. Have a look. Do you say crown or kroner?
Kroner.
Let's have a look. So was it 288? 288 kroner. Right, so £22.95, £23. That's not too bad, I suppose. So that plus a good supply of tea lights.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure, as I said, every good prepper should have.
Yeah.
I've got bags and bags and bags of tea lights because they take up no space, cheap, and you can do all sorts of. You can even cook with them.
Yeah.
How much quid? £22.95 Endo. He doesn't cheap. He's got a face. He doesn't think it's that cheap. Well, I don't know. It's all right, I suppose. I suppose you can make one of them. Bob could knock one of those up, I'm sure.
Yeah, we can. Bob might be able to build something like this.
There's a new video for you there, Bob. Replicate that and see if it's any good. Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, I think I'd actually be tempted to go for a ceramic pot version. You got the danger of naked flame, but if you run out of fuel and power, then candles are a definite option.
Yeah.
Because that's the other thing people got to think about, really, is the more degradation of technology you get, the less capability you've got from technology.
Yeah.
So as you lose power, you lose fuel for your generator and so on, the more exposed you're going to be to hazards, to the point in which you're dealing with naked flames, open fires, candles, and thereof. So the incidences of potential for burns, fires and more destructive mistakes are going to be there. So when you say, what do you do without fuel and power, you've got to also consider your firefighting capability to go along with that. You see what I mean? And then everything else that falls in line without a burn kit for your first aid kit and so on.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing, if the grid goes down, hospitals are clogged up. The last thing you want is a burn and no first aid kit. Because as we all know, the potential for infections from burns is great.
Oh boy, that was a long. That was a really long address for that one.
For the link.
Yeah, a very long. I was. What?
Write down the title for it, and people can just search it for themselves there. Yeah, just looking at the comment from Bob then. Learn from those folks in developing countries.
Yeah.
Yeah, because what we tend to find is, as the name suggests, developing countries, it's like going back a certain amount of years, I suppose. They're more basic in methods and mentality. Well, not mentality, but the equipment they use, and they're more adept at improvisation. When I think of improvisation, I always think of Cuba, who in some ways are the masters of sustainment and improvisation, because import restrictions have put them in such a position where they keep their machinery going and all sorts of things like that. But the only thing I think of against sort of this argument is, if you're living in a higher temperate zone country, say Canada, Britain, the Nordic countries,
Yeah.
and northern latitudes, then it's hard to find a developing country in line with those northern latitude countries. I can't really think of them. I suppose you can start looking at Nepal, places like that, because they're higher up in the mountains and they're exposed to bad weather all the time. But yeah, you got to start looking back in time at that stage then, going back to the native indigenous populations from bygone era.
Yeah.
Inuits, Native American Indians, Celts, and the Nordics, and this sort of stuff. No, that's just an idea thrown out there. There's a good website actually, which is look at it now. I refer to quite often for bits of knowledge here and there. It's called the Internet Archive. It's sort of linked into the Wayback Machine, and on the Internet Archive, if you type in any sort of phrase that you want, it will bring up a load of books, pictures, snippets of film from way back. Some of these go back from the 1500s, books from back there, where Google have scanned these books into a digital archive, and you can search through, download some of these books, and trawl through the really old ways, pioneering days and stuff like this. And some of those books have got good stories in there, good information in there, good accounts that might spark off other ideas and other little sort of inventions people can modify for their own methods. Yeah, cheers for that, CR. I think it's interesting when you get a good, say, 4 or 5 people around a table, and you start thrashing out one specific sort of topic, because it just you can go down all sorts of different roads, and people steer it one way or the other, and it can trigger off ideas that you've maybe forgotten about, put on the back burner, and so on. Projects that you were going to do, and so on. Little tweaks here and there. But yeah, it's going to be a bit grim without, in a world without fuel and power. There's going to be a lot less trees around for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you're enough, let's say if you're in a smaller city, like let's say 60, the population is 60,000, and you have and it's a forest area, and if there is no power grid is down, there is no fuel. So if 60,000 need to heat their homes to stay warm, what do? They go and cut down some trees. And if 60,000 do that, you will clean them. There will be no forest anymore.
Yeah. Also, I suppose you've got to look at the events in which cause the blackout. There might be. I mean, if you live in a town with 60,000 people, a portion of those 60,000 might have bugged out somewhere else, friends and family, unless it's a wide scale blackout or power down outage. And I suppose the first thing people will use up is their own resources first.
Yeah.
Wood, save fuel, and so on. And then they'll start thinking about going out and harvesting trees, park benches, railings. Public buildings will be looted for wood and so on. And then everything but their own sort of house or home. That'll be the last place they'll start burning unused, unwanted furniture, the fuel and wood. If they've got the capacity to burn wood, a lot of people might just rely on electricity or gas.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, then they're pretty much screwed. Yeah, doors, cabinets, tables, chairs, kitchen units, stuff in the attic.
Yeah. They will burn it.
Yeah, just hope your neighbour isn't a bit laissez-faire with the burning, because you don't want your neighbour to start, if you're attached to the house next door, you don't want him to start burning his house down, because it can migrate to your house, then you're in trouble then.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, how to garden. Take care, stay safe, and thanks for stopping by.
See you later. How to garden. I think it's quite when you actually look at how long you've got to heat yourself. If you're talking about heating or cooking, I mean, cooking is it's an everyday activity, but heating, then if you're thinking about sort of an off-grid or alternate way of heating your house through wood or fire, then I suppose the minimum duration you've got to look at is the winter months. So mid-October to, I don't know, beginning of May, or if you're going to trim that down further, it depends where you are, I suppose. Some places winter can get really cold in September, but if you want to trim it really down, you can get away with wearing layers up until sort of end of September. So you're talking about, say, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, 7 months of the year gone straight away. It's half a year of wood to heat. And I suppose the further south you are, the better it's going to be.
Yeah.
And I'd hope that people know what they're looking for when they're looking for wood. The densities of wood, how much BTUs, or the amount of heat certain woods can produce.
Yeah.
There is an old song, or is it a nursery rhyme? A poem which talks about wood. Unfortunately, I can't remember it. I'll have to Google it.
Well, the only song I can come up with is "Knock on the Wood," but it's probably not that one.
No, I'm trying to find it now. 2 seconds. It basically talks about which type of wood is best for so and so and all this sort of stuff. Let's have a look. I would hope that people out there, if they're in a if they're in a place where you've got more than 6 months of the year that you have to heat your house, then you're gonna have to definitely have a serious think about heating your place. There's another one. There's a couple of well, it must have been about 6 or 7 months ago now. The guy I knew, I didn't know he actually had this device, but it's a heater that burns used engine oil.
Yeah.
And he had the capability of hooking it up to his water pipes to heat his water, but he hadn't got sort of to that stage yet. Because I was doing an engine oil change, and I was struggling to find somewhere to dispose of the oil. And he said, "Oh, I'll have that." So I gave it to him, and he showed me his used engine oil heater, and he was heating his garage space. And basically, you just pour it in one end, it burns the used engine oil, and away you go. And I thought that is really good sort of alternate use for something which you're going to throw away and it's going to cause disposal problems, you know. Yeah, used engine oil heater, and used engine oil in a grid down is going to be plentiful because there's plenty of cars knocking around. Not only cars, generators, engines, from all sorts of other places.
Yeah. But I never heard you could use used engine oil for that, but that was a new one.
Yeah, I'll have a look. Yeah, they're called waste oil heaters or waste oil burners. And they range in price. Some are quite expensive. I mean, I just googled it now, and some of them start at £1,400 and go all the way up to £3,000, £4,000, £5,000. But we're talking large output here. We're talking that on the higher end they're using 41 kilowatts. The lower end they're using 27 kilowatts of power. That's still big.
Yeah.
And they do rely on some form of electricity to initially kick it in. but they are definitely I mean, even without a grid down, they're definitely a good form of heating on the cheap.
Yeah. Well, when you don't have any fuel to heat, well, there will be a lot of cars with a lot of waste oil, so that
Yeah,
would be not a problem.
yeah. I haven't seen a model for domestic use. Most of
Okay.
these are for sort of large industrial places or garages or workshops and places like that. But if they're capable of kicking the heat out, then surely it's a good form of an emergency heat, and surely someone must be able to modify it for their own house, sort of thing. Well, like I say, it's plenty of options out there. You just got to find the right person who can point you in the right direction, really.
Yeah, exactly. I had no idea that you could buy those waste oil burners or heaters. I never didn't know you could get it, but obviously you can. So
Yeah, they're a good little device. Let's see, I'm trying to find one where the smallest possible one I can find. Yeah, it's a case of trolling the internet, isn't it?
yeah,
But most of these devices, similar to air source heat pumps, ground source heat pumps, they rely on some form of electricity as well to
yeah,
keep them ticking over, keep the mechanism ticking over. So, in terms of an off-grid device, you'd need the capability of generating your own device through solar panel or wind or small backyard water generation.
yeah,
A lot of countries, a lot of third world countries, even though they're warm, a lot of them use in the wintertime kerosene heaters because
yeah,
they're cheap and cheerful to run. Kerosene's getting expensive. It's oil based, so it's finding somewhere to store a good amount of kerosene. I know in Britain, England, Wales, Scotland, and Ireland, a lot of people still in rural areas have big heating oil tanks.
yeah,
They hold 500 litres, or that sort of scale of capacity, and that's probably a good way to ensure that you will sustain yourself for a good amount of time. But then again, you've got to fill the tank, which is a large amount of money. And because it's outside, you've got to keep an eye on it, because when fuel becomes a premium, you'll get people coming around tapping it.
oh,
Yeah, there's a lot of YouTube videos out there as well. on how to make waste oil heaters. You can knock it up if you've got some good welding skills.
Yeah, Bob. In Africa, they burn really dry cow crap.
Yeah.
And that is really efficient, actually.
Yeah, they do that in the Sahara as well.
Yeah.
So, they burn camel dung. I suppose that'll be like peat.
Yeah, they make them like
Little briquettes.
yeah, briquettes in this size, or they flatten them out and dry them.
Yeah, they'll be lightweight as well, I suppose.
Yeah, cow crap will be very lightweight when you dry them out.
Yeah.
But
And a good source of fuel for cooking, which is very efficient, and you can store it quite easily, is propane gas.
yeah,
Simple. You can use it all the time. If the grid goes off, you're not too worried because you still got your propane that you've been using all the time. That's what we use. We use 13 kilo propane tanks, the Calagas orange cylinders. They're about £40 now for 13 kilo, and one of those will last 3 months. So straight away, 2 of them, you've got six months worth of cooking there. You just keep rotating through. It's just like with every other form of sort of contingency, when the grid goes off and you have to start using all your alternate sources, the clock is ticking.
yeah,
And you're then down to how long will your preps sustain you for before you run out. So it's a continual quest immediately for more resources, more sources of fuel to extend the longevity of your survival, basically.
yeah. I dropped a link to where we talked about how much flammable substances you can store here in Sweden, what you are allowed to. I dropped a link to that, and it's on English, so
Right.
that could be something interesting for you guys.
Yeah, it'd be good to see compare what your rules and regs are compared to everyone else's. I mean, I take it you're restricted to, you've got EU regulations there. So it'll be the same as the rest of the EU.
Yeah.
I mean, current events, all people got to do is look around situation in the rest of the world at the moment, and you can, people are stuck with ideas and stuff. You can immediately look to Ukraine. In some cities there haven't had power now for almost a year.
Yeah.
Because we're in the year anniversary of the Russian invasion. You've got situation in Turkey, the earthquake. You've got houses and regions in New Zealand.
Yeah.
Just had a cyclone, which has caused major flooding in certain areas.
Yeah.
And interestingly enough, in certain towns and villages, I mean, we've all heard the stories of super rich buying swathes of land in New Zealand because they're going to bug out there and any catastrophic event happens or the northern hemisphere goes nuclear.
Yeah.
But interestingly enough, the small towns and villages, just after this cyclone which just hit and caused all the floods, there was biker gangs and other gangs controlling various towns and the movement in and out of those towns. The police were struggling to take back control of those towns. So not everything is as rosy as it seems down in Kiwi land. when you move to someone else's country, you're always a foreigner.
Yeah.
And if it's apparent that you're a foreigner, then you'll stand out like a sore thumb.
Indeed.
And especially in places like New Zealand and the Maori sort of culture, where they firmly they're firmly against, I'm saying this loosely because I don't really 100% know, the invasion of foreigners coming in and converting swathes of their homeland into someone else's sort of prep land. Yeah, coal. Vanessa Kitty says there, if you have access to coal, you could burn and cook it as well. Yep. I think we import in Britain. We import a load of coal from America and Australia.
Yeah.
Even though we closed all our coal mines down due to political reasons.
Yeah.
20 odd years ago.
Yeah, I believe Germany use a lot of coals too.
Yeah, we're sat on decades and decades of coal seam, and so we closed it all down and we import it. It's a bit crazy, but there you go. Yeah, if you start burning foraged wood from buildings, skips, disused areas, park benches, swings, government buildings and things like that, then all these extra added chemicals that go into the wood or on the wood, like for instance pressure treated wood, for instance, doesn't burn too well, or wood that's painted, wood that's got a layer of coal on it, like coal tar. For instance, a railway track or the railway sleepers.
Yeah.
You start harvesting those, for instance. Many railway sleepers have got sort of a thin layer of it's almost like creosote. It could be creosote, I'm not too sure. Anyway, the point is, you start chopping this stuff up and burning it in your flue pipe or in your house, your chimney. All that chemicals are either going to go out and cause a poisonous sort of hazard, or they're going to condense as it's going up your flue pipe or chimney and cause the secondary hazard of giving yourself a chimney fire.
Yeah.
So improvisation and alternate uses come hand in hand with the hazards that you've got to be very aware of.
Hey, Sierra.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, CR, you all right?
How's it going, Professor Veteran?
Yeah, good. I was waiting for someone else to come up for some more input.
So what are you guys talking about right now? Sorry, I had to charge up my headset.
Yeah, I was just saying about going harvesting different bits of wood from various sources, buildings and furniture and railway sleepers and fences and stuff like that. And all these woods that you burn in your chimney, it will go up the chimney and not only cause a poisonous gas cloud for someone else to worry about, but certain chemicals will solidify and condense inside your chimney or your flue and cause a secondary hazard.
Oh, yeah.
Having a chimney fire and so on,
Yeah, even in blast furnaces, there's still residue. There's still ash that has stuff in it, yeah. So.
Yeah. Yeah, a world without power it's hard to actually comprehend because we're so used to it.
Yeah.
Like I
Oh
say,
yeah,
there's
we
some
go back.
Go on.
I was gonna say, well, we go back to like medieval period, kind of deal.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Well,
sort of. I mean,
yeah,
it
more.
depends on the common sort of situation. I mean, if you look at the situation in Ukraine at the moment, they're all facing a common enemy. So people are banding together, and many
Mhm.
cities out there have still got no power. So there is a sort of comradeship going on. But if you're not faced with a common enemy, and it's sort of everyone for themselves, then it's a whole different story, I think, because you're down to the resource issue.
Yeah. Definitely.
Mm. I'm just thinking, we're getting through this per se winter now, right? It's already late February, so it started to get warming up in the northern hemisphere again. But considering like how hot it was last year at some places, like, what do you do with that without that AC, without that fan? You know,
Well, yeah.
that too.
Well,
If,
we,
it, if
we
it's
was
that hot, if it's like 40 plus inside your apartment, you'd be like, oh, I really could use some of that electricity for us. Like,
well,
you probably go somewhere. You would probably go somewhere. I don't think someone would stay in their apartment.
last summer on the boat, it was a steel boat, and we don't have air conditioning in Britain normally because we just don't really usually get the temperatures, and it was so hot. Everyone just you sit on the side
Shade, right?
outside shade, and you just sit there and melt. For people in Britain, for instance, it's we're just not used to it because you never get a sustained period of hot weather to get acclimatized to. One week it could be
Hmm.
scorching hot, next minute it's freezing cold, next minute it's windy, next minute it's raining, and you just don't get it. And each one of
Well,
these
yeah.
events, you either melt or freeze.
Hmm. It's hard to adapt to it if it's changing so fast from heat to
That's
cold.
right. Yeah.
Because at least if it's like right now for me, I'd be like, it's gonna be quote unquote cold for a while, right? But I'm not expecting like, the 20s anytime soon, 70 Fahrenheit. But I'm like, for some other people, it may be like, oh, it's cold again. Oh, it's warm. It's really hot. Oh, it's like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for us here, it's hard to imagine how cold it actually is in places like Sweden, Canada, because it never gets
I
that
think it's
cold here.
-7 now. I think it's
Right.
-7. At least in the sun. It's actually sunny out.
I think it got to -7 and below here for a couple of days, and that was it this winter. I mean, right now it's 9 degrees plus 9 degrees C.
Mm. It's about 49 Fahrenheit, everyone. For you
So
guys in
it's
the US.
relatively warm,
Yeah, it's relatively warm. But anyway.
And yeah, I've got relatives in the Mediterranean who say it's cold there, and in the daytime it's 18, 19 degrees, and they think it's cold.
Well,
So
that's
it's all
relative. I mean, like, if you were in
relative,
Vegas, I
isn't it?
mean, yeah, if it's 40s and the 30s, it's probably relatively cold. So relative,
Yeah,
too. I
yeah,
mean, we all
relative.
have our,
Hey, Miss
yeah,
Worm, good to see you.
I miss warm.
Miss
It's all
Worm.
relative. I mean, for someone that's in the Arctic, right, 20, 30 Celsius might be really, really hard for that time of year, for what it is, right? Because they're so used to the cold, but it's like, oh, this is really, really hot,
Yeah,
right? Or cold, right? Like you're used to being in the desert in like, say Africa, and you come in. This is snow. This is -10. Feels so cold.
yeah. I
But
mean,
you're used to.
if you're living in plus 17, 18 degrees in C, and that's as cold as it gets, then it's not deathly
10 would
cold
feel
if you were
cold.
indoors.
Yeah,
You know what I
10
mean?
would be like, ooh, it's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine being in minus 17. Like,
Well, I mean, places like Texas or when that kind of freeze happened, some people just didn't have the clothing. Some people did,
right?
but
Yeah,
some people didn't have the clothing even to like, they're wearing like 5 t-shirts or something like that, and like, oh man, just get this hoodie.
is that what Californians go through at the moment? Because they're just having a
I
snow
don't know.
flurry.
I don't know. I don't know. I see hot and cold here, so because
Yeah,
I've seen,
California right now.
California's
got a snowstorm, I think.
Well, I know it snows in the northern parts a lot more. Obviously, in the higher elevations and such.
Live updates: winter storm, California weather, blizzard warnings. This is going to be like the day after tomorrow in LA.
Yeah, in California, I usually don't get those storms, right?
Oh, speak
Yeah, they
of
get the
which, that
pineapple.
reminds me.
Sorry.
That reminds me, everyone, because I kind of mentioned it. I think Vanessa Kitty, and I know Shadow, you know this one because I mentioned it, but like a couple of weeks ago, was it or last week or well, anyways, it was only like +1 in Dallas like a couple of weeks ago. That's 33 Fahrenheit. That's pretty chilly for being so down south. I mean, in
Yeah.
February. I mean, so it's all relative. Because they're used to seeing at least like over 10, maybe, right? Like still above freezing, but it's like, ooh, it's like 1, almost 0, right? 32. I'm like, people aren't used to it.
You're getting. When does the breakup happen in Canada?
What do you mean break up?
The-
A change?
when
The
the
seasonal change? What? Like what?
when all the rivers start to melt and the ice breaks. When does that sort of
Well,
happen?
that's all real. I mean, like it depends too. Like there could be. I mean, let's say. I would say April, on average, because
Yeah.
because a lot of the rivers here in Canada are low lying or shaded, so it takes a little bit. I mean, the water underneath will start to flow, but
Yeah.
probably April.
Then you got the flooding to happen.
Well, yeah, out in central Canada, they're down in Manitoba. It's part of it. That kind of area.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, for me, I just store loads of wood, loads of coal, gas, solar panels. I've got backup diesel engine.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean,
Generator,
I was just,
and
I was
that's
just
it.
thinking. For this veteran, it's like just fuel to like run a generator so you can pump the water from flood water. How do you do that with a little fuel, right? Or, I mean, you would probably have to get it shipped in or something. I don't know.
Yeah, like I say, the clock's ticking as soon as things
Yeah.
stop. So I reckon I've got 8 weeks of fuel, diesel to
Yep.
run it.
But how much can that do? Or like, what can that do for you? Like, it's like I can pump this whole swimming pool with just one.
Right.
For example, it'd be like, whoa.
My diesel engine will run, say, 6 to 8 hours a day for 8 weeks. That will provide me with hot water and electricity.
Okay.
So, on top of that, and that will also charge batteries at the same time as well,
Yeah.
which are topped up by solar panel. So
And when I see the fuel or power, I'd be like, what can it do? It's got to do something for us to be useful. Just storing it and it's not doing anything. It's not the output.
yeah. And even, I mean, diesel, when you store diesel, you've got to stabilize it as well.
Mm.
I mean, I've got
Yeah,
Well,
and
when I-
fuel stabilizers only go so long and so far.
yeah, I mean, when diesel, when any fuel is made or refined, should I say, the
Mhm.
moment it leaves the refinery, it starts to degrade straight away. And it's 2 or 3 weeks old by the time it gets to the petrol pumps, or gasoline pumps, or diesel pumps. And then you fill up your tanks, your jerry cans, and so on and so on. From that point onwards, the longest I've stored diesel for is 12 months
Mm.
before even cycling it through or topping it up or whatever. And the danger is not the fuel necessarily going off, but the fuel being contaminated with fungus.
Water.
Water is the sort of the driver for the fungus. We call it diesel bug, and the diesel bug is the danger. Well, the danger is if you leave your, this is specifically diesel now. If you leave your diesel tank quarter empty, half empty, or whatever, then over the winter time, the condensation will build up inside your tank. The water will drip down, sink to the bottom of your tank, and as soon as the sun comes out, hits the side of your fuel tank, side of your vehicle, or whatever, it will produce enough heat that the fungus will start to grow in between the layer of the water and the diesel. And the fungus is in the form of a black sludge. And it will just start to grow and grow and grow, and it will work its way into your engine. And it will just clog your engine up. And trying to get rid of it is an absolute nightmare. So to mitigate that, what I do and most people do is put a diesel additive in, which inhibits the growth of this fungus, or diesel bug, they call it.
Okay.
And that's it. You just keep it going like that, and you over winter you just turn your cycle through your diesel, and it keeps fresh diesel going through. But if you get to a situation where you have accumulated a diesel bug or this diesel sludge, then you can, in the early stages of the contamination, you can put an additive in which will kill the growth and the sludge, and you'll be able to use your engine. But it doesn't solve the problems of your filters. Your filters will be clogged, so change your filters, and you can carry on that way. But you know, I haven't personally used diesel for more than, or stored it, should I say, for more than 12 months. I wouldn't like to either. It would be too. You'd have to keep an eye on it very, very carefully after that 12-month period to ensure that.
Well, it's just like with any fuel, right? Any fuel, any battery. I mean, like, there's always a potential for anything.
Yeah, and so
yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's the lithium batteries, the gasoline, the propane. It's all. There's always going to be like you got to be careful with it.
Well, things like gas, it's what I'd call a dumb fuel. You just leave it there. You can use it any time. The only factor you've got to think about is the connections and the maintenance of the hoses and stuff like that. Although most of them should be brass fittings, so that shouldn't rust. Brass does stick. So gas is quite a safe, maintenance-free sort of fuel to use. The only problem with gas is that you got the old saying is you can't take the bang out of gas, and if there is a problem with gas, that's it, bang. You've all seen the gas explosions in the winter times and stuff. But diesel is a big one for fuel fungal growth, should I say.
Yeah.
So, I mean, all these extra things you have, all these contingencies, they're just your maintenance and checks. You've got to be on the ball.
Yeah, it'll buy you more time.
Yeah. I mean, you can get to the stage
efficiency,
where,
right?
Yeah. You can get to the stage where you've got that many preps, that many contingencies, that it's a full-time job just maintaining and checking and looking after the contingencies, and you're not actually living your life, if you saw what I mean. You're just in a state of constant sort of DEFCON 1, preparing and waiting for the event to happen. If the event doesn't ever happen, you've just, what have you done with your life?
Furnace Venture, you said 8 weeks. I think you said earlier. You said it would go 8 weeks steady. That's steady too. So
yeah, so
I mean that would buy you some time. And depending on what's going on, you could tone that down or ration it more if you.
Yeah, well, the main problem, which I find when I'm out and about or in an isolated area on a boat, for instance, is it all comes down to water. So everything is determined, movements, everything revolves around your water tank. How much water can you hold? How long will it keep you sustained for? And I've worked out that 2 people, we can live normally. That's showers, drinking water, washing up, cooking, everything like that. Just in a normal household for 40 days. And if we start to ration that down, then we can extend that. That's with a large stainless steel water tank.
Well, not only ration it down, but maybe even reuse gray water.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so you probably could stretch that to 60.
Yeah, probably.
In theory, you probably could come pretty close.
Yeah, it would depend on the event, I suppose, because I mean, if you want to move in vessel, you can just move to somewhere with water, for instance.
Well, of course.
Or the other alternative is to just take river water out and just filter it, depending on the sort of contamination that's in there. Yeah.
So, Shadow, are you gonna chime in on us? With us here? I almost forgot that I wait to see my stream. This is his.
Well, it's a big subject because, as everyone knows, fuel and power, everything revolves around fuel and power these days.
Well, energy as a whole, right? Energy, heat.
Yeah.
We use it for so many things.
Like I said earlier, the only passive sort of really long-term method, I suppose, is solar panels, wind generation.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, what do? Keep the lights on, and that's about it. There's not many people who actually cook using solar panels.
Yes, that'd be a little. Well, I wouldn't say tricky, but you would have to indirectly or convert it, or convert that power into usable or to do something, right? So you can generate.
Yeah, I mean, electric cooker. What was we talking about? 2.5 kilowatt. 2.5 kilowatt of batteries to cook is.
No, because if you're doing with solar for cooking, right, you might as well almost do it directly then, if that's possible.
If you're using you see
a large parabolic, right? If you were going to do that, right?
I couldn't do that personally because in Britain.
Oh well, that I know.
Your solar panels would convert the sun's energy to power on a cloudy day, but I wouldn't be able to use a parabolic dish on a cloudy day as efficiently as I should be doing. So, yeah, I know one guy. You'll have to have a massive battery bank. I know one guy. This is an example. He had an electric toilet, and what it did was, this is on a boat. It's every time you produce solid waste. I mean, your solid and your urine were separated, but a bit like a composting toilet. But what he did was, and you could buy these units. But you put a little bag in, you do number 2, and you press the button, and it incinerates it.
Okay.
And he needed a massive battery bank just for this electric toilet, and this electric toilet cost thousands of pounds. And it just got to the point where it was just too inefficient. He couldn't really charge the batteries well enough to sustain it for a longer period of time. So he just scrapped it in the end and got a composting toilet. But the point is, any device that people think they can run off of a solar bank or through a solar system,
Lights are one thing. Lights are pretty
Yeah.
efficient. You don't need that much power, but to run like heat, that's different.
That's the main point. Yeah, I mean, lights
Yeah.
is a low wattage, low amperage unit. You could probably get away with running the kettle once or a couple of times a day. But if you're going to start cooking on a battery bank that's being charged by solar panels, then you'd need a big battery bank and big solar array.
Oh yeah.
I'm not saying it can't be done. People just got to scale up, and it just would depend then on the real estate they've got, really, and the budget, which allows them to do it.
But you're probably going to use quite a bit of power for that.
Yeah. I mean, what's a electric cooker? 2.5 kilowatt ish. Yeah, it's just it being efficient.
Yeah.
Get a makeshift stove,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know a lot of people that have that big of a power supply.
Yeah.
And you need to maintain your solar panels and make sure they don't get any damages or anything like that.
Yeah, mitigate it as much as possible. Cover and such like that. You might have to clear it up.
Well, to be fair, solar panels are quite robust. They when they come new, most of them are coated in like a film. It's like a wax film, which protects them to a large extent. And the main sort of failure point, I suppose, would be the connectors and the wires going into and out of the panel itself.
Yeah.
But generally, they are pretty robust, and for what they are, they're excellent items. Even the folding solar panels. I've got a folding solar panel system. It's 18 watts, I think it is, and folds up into an A4 size footprint, which are charge. It's my emergency source of charging power banks and phones and torches and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean that's another aspect people got to think about power. It's not just about cooking and heating. It's about seeing in the dark, charging your radio, I suppose, if you want to listen to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, considering it's just February right now, it's still, it's still a good start by, per se, 6, 7-ish. Right? So there's still, so unless you're going to bed right away and getting up at the crack of dawn to do stuff like that.
Spending more time in bed, well, there's no point having your heating on when you're in the sleeping mode when you're in bed, because all you're doing is heating your face. So turn it off.
Mm-hmm.
Another a good little thing to have is a solid fuel stove, or a multi-fuel stove, should I say, that burns wood and coal with a back boiler on it. So you heat your hot water and heat your house, and you can cook on it. That's a good sort of all-rounder to have. And some of the back boilers you get that are rated at, say, 20 kilowatts, and 10 kilowatts will be reserved for the output of heating, and the other 10 kilowatts will be directed to the back boiler, the back boiler water bladder, I suppose, or reservoir. And a small pump will just cycle it through, and you've got your hot water as well. We used to have one of those in the in-laws' house, and they're very, very good.
Preparing this veteran, I'm just thinking about passive heating now and fans and just like these ducts and all this stuff. I'm just picturing it all in my head. I know it's here.
Yeah. What passive solar?
It's just or water or because sometimes solar is also used for water heating. I don't know
Yeah.
what else.
I mean, I've seen people make their own devices, and I've thought about this. I've thought about this sort of things in my head for a long period of time, and how to make hot water with a bare minimum effort. And I mean, I've seen people who have got a black pipe, say a 2-inch pipe, and they roll it around and around and around to make a big core. So it's a flat footprint, and the sun heats it that way, or a black water reservoir.
And obviously, probably a pump, a solar pump, or something like that to work with it, so it can pump that liquid around.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, but well, in fact, I'll tell you a good one. Which I've got as a backup somewhere. Is a solar shower, a 20-liter water bladder. You've seen them, obviously.
Yeah.
It's black.
Yeah, a lot of people like to use that during the summertime.
Yeah, camping solar shower, definitely. Because they're so cheap to get. They roll up, so they take up no space. And if you want to use it, you just get it out, put it on the roof, or put it out in the sun, and you've got warm, hot water, depending on the actual.
Yeah. You just have to find something to hang it on.
Yeah, well,
pretty much.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, pretty much. Just have to find something to hang it on.
Yeah. And you've got, like I say, you've got an extra water bladder there, so you've got 20 liters of water storage instantly. You can have a quick facility to wash your hands, have a wash, and do whatever you want to do. A lot of the Mediterranean countries have solar panels in just about every roof with it's a solar water heating system, which is quite good. In fact, I'm amazed looking around. You see all these countries that are around the equator, which have got sort of guaranteed sunshine every day of the year, and the lack of solar panels you see.
For places that that get direct sunlight, and it's a long enough period of time too, right? Where it's just like,
yeah, it's baffling. Why they just don't invest in this sort of method? Well, probably the reason is because there's too much money to be made out of oil and supplying oil and power by other means to the citizens. But that's another story, probably.
Of course. That's for another stream, everyone. That's for another stream. Next week.
Yeah.
Nice.
So, Shadow and Sarah, that's me for tonight.
All right.
Okay,
it was nice talking to you.
No worries. We'll see you on each other's videos, and we'll catch up later on the week.
Yeah, will do.
Take care.
All right.
Take care. Stay safe, my friend.
All right. Yeah, see you in a bit.
That was interesting.
Yes.
Really interesting.
He certainly added a lot of fuel to this conversation.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Now, I'm just like I said, I'm just thinking as a whole, like not specifically my location, but as a whole, this whole topic, because it's place dependent and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So that's why I'm always thinking about the real world application, not the real world applications, but the real world scenarios that have happened, because without fuel or power. Because then they tend to show us like can happen if it hasn't happened to us directly. It's like,
yeah, exactly.
These are how like me did something here, then another community or whatever. It's like, well, they banded together or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah,
it really does depend.
we can consider ourselves lucky here, at least here in Sweden, anyway.
Mm.
Yeah, it's if the grade goes down, well, it's very unusual. It happens here, but it
Yeah,
happens.
yeah. Just keep talking. I'm just not gonna grab, so just keep talking.
Well, it happens, but it's not that common. But it happens, and when it happens, you don't. It will not last that long. A couple of hours, no more. But anyway, it can be much longer. It depends on if it's because of a natural um, uh, cause or a man-made cause. Uh, so uh, it says power outages, major outages are fairly unusual in Sweden, but may occur because of storms, large amounts of snowfall, or technical failures. Major power outages affect not only lights and electrical appliances, but in some cases also heating, water, phone service, and computer communication. Um, so it's mostly a technical failure or snowstorm or things
Yeah.
like that.
And the thing, I was just thinking, and these things can happen for a lot of different reasons. Right? Lots of different reasons why you may not have, per se, power or fuel. And it can be very localized. It's just like, the furnace isn't working or something like that. And, there's a connection issue. And so you're not getting heat, for example, right?
Yeah,
Versus something that's like, the grid's totally down or, a local rolling brownouts or a localized blackout for an area. So,
yeah.
now, if only I can get my phone charger. Okay, come on, phone charger. I think I need new key. I think I need new key for this thing. Yeah.
Probably.
I'm down to 28%.
Okay.
So, anyways, keep going here.
Yeah.
As long as it goes up, I'm still good. Or maintains it. It's good enough. So. Shadow, I always say, like, I would prefer a hybrid vehicle in that same way. I would have, well, to be honest, yeah. I mean, I got propane here.
Yeah.
I also like solar lights too.
Yeah.
Having options is nice.
But I agree with you about a hybrid vehicle. It's
Yeah. So that's what, I like propane, but I also like solar too.
yeah.
I mean, I'm getting some sun right now. I mean, it's not clear out. It's well freezing, but I could do something with that.
Yeah.
Especially if I actually had a larger solar array. That's for sure. Besides, so.
Yeah.
It really does depend what your area gives you. I mean, I know some places get less sun, so guess what? Get less wind, get less water, whatever, right? So
yeah.
Yeah, for maybe solar actually kind of makes sense here. It's not always sunny, but generally it's quite fairly sunny throughout the year.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, so.
I where I live in my area, well, at this time of the year, it is, the sun comes up. Oh, it really do, but the light this time of year, it's so bright, so you need basically sunglasses, or otherwise you can't see anything. It's so bright. So this time of year, when the sun is up, a solar panel would work perfectly. And even if it's cloudy,
It'll still trickle in. It'll still trickle in.
It's still very bright light, even if it's cloudy. So it's really annoying, actually. But it's good if you have solar panels.
Because, like you said, it's just like having that, let's say, a fuel, something that can take multiple sources of fuel or something like that.
Yeah.
And it increases your capability. Because your input can be a lot more than just one thing, or one source of energy, or power, or something like that. Like, even for me, it's just like, yeah, I got candles, but I also have solar lights, and I also have like hand crank. So
yeah,
for example, right? That's different sources, and they have different pros and cons with them.
Yeah.
Because usually, like, let's say if it's cloudy, I'll weld the candles will cover it, or I can hand crank something or something along the lines of that, right? But if it's sunny out, then I don't have to use the candles, for example, in terms of lighting, anyways. So it gives me that flexibility. It's just like right now it's sunny out, I would use the solar a lot more, right? And it's just like, oh, next day it's cloudy, okay, we use the candles and such.
Yeah. Something I really need is a gas heater, but those are pretty expensive.
Oh, by the way, I can't see the chat right now. I'm trying to charge up my phone.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, so if there's something directed to me, just directed to Shadow here, then you'll tell me.
Yeah, I haven't shared any.
Okay. It's all good.
Anything more.
Okay.
So.
Anyways, yes.
But anyway, I really need to buy some gas heater.
Something to supplement that big power bank you got, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That way you can have at least some options, right? So you can use the best option at that time. And depending on the situation, right? Because let's say, like sometimes power can be knocked out, but it like let's say from a storm or whatever, but maybe not necessarily the next day, but days after, it's like sunny, right? The storm's gone by, now it's just sunnier, right? So something like solar would be pretty advantageous, right? Because you'd be like, hey, look, I don't have to first use that generator yet, or maybe using it kind of to supplement your fuel sources, consumables, right?
But the problem with the those gas heaters are pretty expensive. So, but you can get cheaper ones too. But
And of course, the fuel itself.
yeah, and you need to have the possibility to use it indoors, because that's some of these heaters are made for outdoor use,
Or
not indoors.
yeah,
So
I would check on the crack a window and stuff like that, right? I think
yeah,
I think of doing these alternative heating and such. Right, you got to be careful, especially with things that heat, fire, and stuff like that. You know, or electricity, right? Kind of know what you're doing, right?
yeah.
You know, things can short, things can get heated up. So.
You know what I found?
Hmm.
I have never seen it before, but it's a toilet that is running on gas.
I don't
So
know.
you can have a P10 or P11 gas container to it.
Is this to like incinerate it?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay,
It is.
okay.
Uh, and I see the price for it. It's 38,830 crowns.
Okay, I'm gonna use the CR word, and no, I'm not, no pun intended, but crap, that's expensive. Just
So that is expensive for a toilet.
holy crap, that's expensive. Like literally and
Indeed.
literally and metaphorically. Wow. Well, I guess you got money to burn.
Indeed.
Well, because you still have to put in the gas too. That's still a fuel. So you wouldn't have to add that every month or whatever, right? Because it's a consumable. You know, I was just thinking about like how Paradise Veteran when he was here, right? When we were talking about the water heating and stuff like that, I was just thinking to
Yeah.
myself, that's probably you're not do that in a new building, a new place, right? Kind of hard to add that in to a certain degree, right?
Yeah.
Like in a pre-made, like in a pre-made home already or something like that. That's something you would build as a new building, generally.
Hey, McBean, Scottish Fitness. Good to see you, brother. How are you doing?
Hello. Hi, McBean. Yeah, at least my battery's going up.
Oh, that's good.
That's good. It's at 30% now. So yeah, as long as it keeps going up or maintains it, that's good. Like if I was running like a huge on solar, I'd be like, I'd be seeing, how much power I'm using and how
Yeah.
much power is give or take the maximum I would use, and how very little can I get out. Let's say cloudy day, a really cloudy day.
Yeah.
or a couple of days of clubbiness. It's just like, and such. Well, because I kind of figure on stuff like that, you would have to keep on top of that to a certain degree.
Yeah.
Because you might be using more power, and then it's like, then you want more energy output, but you only get so much input from like solar, wind, whatever, right? Because it's just like heating it. If you can hold more of the heat in, then you might not have to use as much. If that makes any sense. In terms of like coming back to what Professor Veteran said about passiveness, right? Or the passive shelter elements, like I said, right? Those, they're gonna make things like heating your home a lot more effective if you had to use something else, for example, right? That makes sense, right? Because I always consider like shelter and fire of like kind of more or less the same, together, working together.
Yeah,
Kind
exactly.
of deal. Because it's just like, you can have all the hot hands you want, hot hands or hand warmers you want, but if you're not wearing a jacket, you can only do, you don't have to cover yourself with your whole body with hand warmers without a jacket on.
Yeah.
But if you had a jacket on, a couple underneath, you start feeling warm because it's holding back. But your jacket's holding, reducing the heat loss.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. How people say, "Hey, close the door. I'm not trying to heat up the whole area here, the whole forest, or whatever, right?" If anyone's heard expressions like that, right? So yeah. Oh, now I remember what I was going to say earlier about the candle thing. I have tried one before, and I've heard other people talking about it and such, right? I'm kind of, how I say about those little solar panels, like on the hang crank radios and stuff like that, emergency radios, and how I kind of said before that it's probably to maintain it, right? You need a nice, bright, sunny day, for example, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So I kind of consider those like you need more of them or like for a longer period of time. And it would just maintain the temperature to
Yeah,
a certain degree.
exactly.
If it's still warm, then it'll still kind of slow down that cool, how fast it gets cold. But if it's already like 0 or 32 Fahrenheit, you're gonna need a lot more to raise the temperature to like 50, for example. Because I tried that out. I mean, like, it's one of those things. I think you would need more of it. You're gonna do something like that, or have it going for a long period of time. Anything in the chat? Oh yeah.
No matter what, it's important to stay warm. So.
Yeah, I mean, like,
but it gets more tricky. It gets trickier when you don't have the fuel or the electricity. So, but it's not impossible. But it's trickier.
Yeah.
let's say you need to be more creative and think outside the box.
Or think outside the light bulb that's outside the box, that's outside the room. Yeah. Something like that. Because, backup. Yeah, I think you said it as backup power or power fuel. Without power, fuel or power, right?
Without fuel or power.
Yeah.
Fuel and power.
Yeah, I mean, we're naming some alternatives. I mean, basically, breathe down or localized blackout or something like along the lines of that, right? Or rolling brownouts, something like that. Or it could be as localized as, your solar array's not working for some reason.
Yeah.
Your batteries still work, but maybe, you can't recharge them for whatever reason, right? It's not damage, or it could be damage, but it could be, things happen, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So, hopefully it doesn't, but, this is why I said having multiple sources, right?
Yeah, I think that is a good idea to have multiple sources.
Well, because that's why I'm more a proponent of the hybrid approach for this still. At least more options. And I just choose the best one at that time. Maybe, maybe you're usually using solar and now, the propanes are backed up, for example, right? Something along the lines of that, right? Like, because I'm always thinking lighting should be one of the easier things, to be honest. I mean, that is per se, quote unquote, as important as like a CPAP machine or cooking or eating, but like preparedness veterans said, you still need to see to a certain degree. You know what I mean?
I agree.
Like,
I agree.
Like you can have glow sticks or these reusable glow sticks that use like glow in the dark or whatever, but I mean those are consumables. So, and you use them one night, well that's it, right? Kind of deal, right? So, and sometimes you need to see a lot more than you think, depending what you're doing. Yeah, I think so. For lighting, it's probably sort of like random. Pretty much a no-brainer for me.
Yeah.
People have been using them. I see people use them for camping now a lot more.
Hey, Bob.
Too. Hey, it's Bob.
Hey, guys.
I mean, so we're wouldn't work for Bob here so much.
Thought I would share you guys something that if you're in your house or whatever can help to keep you warm when there's no fuel or
very little of it. You got to ration it.
Yeah.
I think.
This is a very heavy duty plastic sheeting.
Okay.
I got that off of Amazon. It's like a farmer's grade plastic sheeting.
Okay.
And then 100 of these heavy duty push pins. I drove those. I used some of these push pins outside for that flag garland around my gazebo, and you can tap these in with a hammer. Let me get you a pricing on this stuff. Okay. This sheeting, okay. This was $100 basically. This is super heavy duty sheet, very heavy duty. I've got a lot of it sitting right next to my emergency candles and all that. You could use it to tent off your family while you're in the house, or you can use it to screen off your windows and your sliding glass door and all that to keep the heat in. And this
Oh
one,
yeah.
and
Okay,
these
yeah.
100 of these thumbtacks was $10.
You know what
Okay.
this reminds me of, Bob,
Mhm.
right now?
What?
Because I mentioned to Preparedness Veteran that we would probably go back to a more medieval time, during medieval periods of time. Like,
Yeah.
they used to use heavy currents.
Oh yeah. Hmm.
Yeah,
You bet.
so.
Yeah. So to me, if it I mean, this is an enormous amount of plastic. It's enormous. And for $100, if we have to use it to build a tent inside of our house and then shield off the windows and all that.
Microclimate, smaller areas to
Yeah.
keep it warm up faster.
Yeah. Seal off the windows and the doors, make a smaller room, then maybe even build a tent out of this in your living room with a tea light in there. Can, yeah, $100 to stay, maybe keep yourself alive, because wintertime in the north, you know how bad it sucks.
Yeah, and it could buy you a little bit more time.
Yeah,
in terms of
could.
personally, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because
I
I always think that, you know, the pipes are gonna freeze before you get that cold.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm always considering the pipe source, right? I'm like, I can dress warm enough for like minus 22 Fahrenheit, so I can put on more clothes. But I'm like,
Yeah.
That's my main concern first.
Yeah,
right?
but $100 or live in misery. You know, which one would you rather have? I'd rather have $100 and stay relatively warm with just a few candles or whatever source of heat that. In fact, you could. Well, we went down to 20 degrees the other night, and I opened up the cupboards underneath the kitchen sink and turned a space heater on and put it underneath there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then occasionally I go, because right behind the kitchen sink is an outdoor spigot, and I go out there occasionally and turn on the spigot outside and run the water and turn it off. And
like, I know where my main water shutoff valve is, right? But I mean,
yeah, me
which
too.
one of those things? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because some people down in Texas didn't actually know where that was, and they're like, I wish I knew and did that before I left.
Some people use moving blankets for the same purpose, but this takes up one hell of a lot less space than those large, bulky moving blankets. You know.
Well, it's a trade-off.
Mm-hmm. It's a trade-off.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably they're thinner than the moving blankets, so they're not as insulated. But you got a lot more of it.
Mm-hmm. There's a movie called #Alive. It's on Netflix, and it's a Korean movie. It's a zombie movie, but there's two people. There's two survivors that are in high-rise apartment buildings. One's a young lady, one's a young man. The young man is an internet addict.
Oh, I think I've seen that.
He prepared for nothing. His mom even left him money for food, and he couldn't get off the internet long enough to go get food. Then everything happened, and it showed the young lady in the apartment across the street. She was not an internet junkie, and she had climbing gear. And
she was a brawler.
Yeah, pretty young lady.
I know. I saw that. I think I've seen that. I've seen that. Yeah.
And if you pay attention to the way they set the scene up, is that she's inside of her apartment and she's got her outdoor tent set up inside of her apartment with a candle hanging, you know, keeping herself warm and out of sight and quiet, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd rather be like the young lady, have things set aside, ready, and know how to use them, and than the dummy across the across the courtyard who wanted to kill himself because he ran out of food and water. You know.
Okay, don't spoil the movie now.
Yeah, but even something like one benefit of something like this is you could, if the water's off, you could take it outside and catch rainwater with it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like a shower.
Maybe funnel it into a container.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, because being so big, right, and you know, you can funnel it into one container. Like, 3 feet by 3 feet and funnel it into like
Mhm.
5-gallon bucket, right?
Yep.
That's what I would do. I mean, I've actually done that before with like in terms of camping, because I knew it was supposed to be like we're getting rain, but we're not getting any breaks. It's not gonna be on and off, right? So I'm like, I gathered some rainwater, cleaned my socks, then I hung them up when it became sunny, and
Yeah.
the next day I'm like, I have clean socks.
Yeah. Mhm. Well, I thought I'd show that, guys, and I'm gonna bounce out and
Yeah.
see about get something to eat and take a siesta for a bit. So
That
Yep.
sounds like a good plan to me.
for whatever it's worth. So peace, everybody, and God bless.
Take care,
Take care,
Bob.
Bob.
All right,
Stay safe. God bless.
you too.
That reminds me of like stuff. I wouldn't put them like on the actual windows themselves, but the space blankets, the Mylar space blankets on the inside though,
Yeah.
like in the hallways and stuff like that. Kind of.
Yeah.
Let's just say you're in a hallway or example, right? Hang the space blanket up higher, right? Use tape, whatever, right? And since it's shiny, it'll kind of not really to reflect the heat, but more to reflect the light around. Kind of so, one candle kind of keeps a little bit brighter. I shouldn't say brighter, but kind of more luminous.
Yeah.
It's kind of bouncing around and stuff like that. But
Well, that and blankets.
oh yeah, that too. I mean, if you had a space blanket and a blanket to back up that, like insulation to back that up, I mean, really, like I said, it really. I mean, stuff like if it's not a tent, then that table, coffee table, or whatever, right? I mean, I don't know, micro shelter inside your home or whatever, right? Because that'll buy you a little bit more time. You might not have to use as much heat or fuel, for example.
Exactly.
Or you feel warmer with the same amount.
Yeah.
Also, because I'm always thinking, like preparedness veteran said, like 8 weeks or whatever. That's with constant use or pretty much constant use. Just imagine if you could have that fuel amount used and still be relatively same comfort level. Which means instead of 8 weeks, it'd be 16 weeks potentially. So, that's why I'm always a big proponent of shelter elements and stuff like that. Because in insulation, because it helps fuel better. You retain the heat inside as long as possible. So instead of just dropping from like that 70, nice comfortable 70, 20 Celsius down to like 5 in like mere hours, quote unquote, it's a lot longer. It's taking like a couple of days, at least, right? Because I guess I can mention some of any spoiler alerts, right? I mean, like there's some people here on YouTube that's gone through things like that. I mean, I know people that have gone through having a furnace go down, right? So I mean, even with the space heaters or whatever, sometimes you still want to have clothing elements, right? Shelter elements.
Yeah.
Right. Because we have the tendency, like inside places, like some of us have the tendency to wear like t-shirts and short sleeve shirts, or we're not wearing sweaters and hoodies inside a lot, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Usually it's a comfortable, let's say 68, 19 Celsius. So, like I don't wear, a big jacket inside, but I know I can if I had to.
Yeah, and when you lose the power, especially if you live in an apartment, it takes a certain amount of time before the temperature drops, and it depends on
Well, I mean,
how well isolated your apartment is.
Yeah, as soon as the heat stops coming in, stops coming in, the temperature starts to drop. But with more insulation, more barriers, and such, that heat loss is slower. You want to slow that down because, like, yeah, I want to pump in more heat, but you might have to ration that. Like, let's say a heater, propane, whatever, Mr. Buddy, whatever, right? You might have to ration it, especially if you don't know how long it's going to be. So that's the thing. Sometimes you don't know how long it's going to be.
Yeah, I agree.
So, because some of those power outages is just like, it's the rest of the night kind of deal. And of course, the temperature difference between outside and inside. If it's minus 30 outside, yeah, it's gonna take it's gonna be sooner. But compared to if it's just above freezing or just below freezing.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's all relative. I mean, like places in Texas, I mean, like during that Texas freeze, it's because their buildings and homes have less insulation. So they'll lose the heat transfer even at just below freezing, compared to here in Canada where a lot of the buildings are more insulated compared to buildings in the south and homes in the south, built in the south, right?
Yeah.
If that makes any sense. So, a lot more places here in Canada would have like double, triple pane windows, for example, right? A lot of thicker insulation and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, exactly. The more you can isolate a room, the better.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Because it's one of those things that I started to see in the videos, right? Because I'm only looking at to see what, per se, quote unquote, our people are doing. Maybe that don't generally do preparedness videos or show stuff like this or talk about it, but they've gone through it because hey, it happened. But how did they go through it or get through it? How lucky were they? Oh,
Yeah.
We got power 1 hour today, or something like that. Versus and we turned off the water and all this other stuff, right? And we sealed up, then you start hearing these things, or this like, and all the kids are camping in the master bedroom or whatever, got the tent in there sitting on the bed, right? Or something like that, right? You'd be like, oh, and start hearing these things that seem to be working for people or helping them out. Things to consider.
Yeah.
Like I would build like a couch fort if necessary. Use cushions and stuff like that. Get off the ground.
Yeah.
Even in your place, right? Like beds and stuff like that, right? That's something I might consider on like day 2, for example. You know what I mean, right? So.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about the power outages. It can be not just during the summer, during the heat wave. Everyone's using AC or whatever. It could be during the winter too. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least my battery's going up. It's back up to 59 now. So,
Okay, that's good.
yeah, so I'm getting some time out for a battery bank. So, yeah. I mean, like, to me, the battery banks were never a no-brainer to me. Useful. You know, not just for preparedness, but day to day. And stuff like that. So
Yeah.
because I still remember like sometimes it's like when the power's out, for example. And let's say you got a vehicle or whatever, that's one thing. But if you didn't or whatever, right? Battery bank is the next thing for power. Let's say, for example, right? And let's just say the power it's localized, right? Or something like that. So, for some reason you don't have power in your apartment building or whatever, right? And I've seen that happen, for example. So a power bank would be useful. Or that it becomes just a minor inconvenience, right? Because I've seen that happen where it's just like very localized. It was about 4 hours, right? So let's say if your battery like down to like 10% and you have no way to charge again and you got to get to work or school, it's gonna be like how long? Well, it would be nice to know that. Oh, look, you get a battery back. I could just charge it on the way. I'll be good. All right. Well, I think I told you this story, right, Shadow? How that happened to me and my friend, right? And even in the hallway lighting, because he lives in an apartment building. Even that hallway lighting started to dim within 2 hours, where it was starting to get dark in the hallway because there's no natural light sources coming in, right? I'm just like, some of that backup power is not as long as you think. Yeah, all right. Short term, these are all short term, pretty much, right? A couple hours to a day at the most. Yeah. That's why I'm always more concerned about power outages that last longer than overnight. Or more than most of the day. A couple of hours is one thing, or even 6 or 6 hours. But you start getting to 12, that 24-hour. Well, you start you have to do things like, let's just say, fridge, whatever, right? And stuff, right?
Yeah.
Because your phone or whatever might be starting to go down. If you're using lighting, your power's going down, right? Because you're consuming it, right? It's just like, oh, how long? Right? Should I consider that couch fort now? Because one of the things I always say is like, don't open the fridge, right? Don't open the fridge unless absolutely necessary during that time. All right.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you don't know, especially if you didn't know how long it's going to be. Sometimes you can get messages coming in and that say, supposedly back in an hour or two, right? Supposedly, right?
Yeah.
Because if you're not hungry yet, you get closed, right? Because I've been thinking to myself, like, let's just say, in terms of consuming food, what would you consume first? Right? The fridge stuff, the freezer stuff, or the dessert stuff first, right? Because always considering it's just like, depending, like, and hopefully you're prepared, so you have options still, right? But, like, let's say if you had no way to, keep the fridge or freezer running, would you consume that food first?
Yeah.
But let's say, if you had a generator or solar to maintain that, well, are you going to consume this dry stuff first? Or like, so. For me, like people in Texas, it's just like, they put the food outside, because it's cold enough outside, right? So that's less a worry, right? So you don't have to worry about, if you're not worrying about that part, then in terms of food, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because I've always been thinking about that. It's like, what would I actually consume first, right?
That
Let's say it went from like 12 hours to a couple of days, all right? Then what would you be consuming as food?
you should consume that food that expire for or
Or it
close
could go,
to expiring date, or
or it
that
can
your
go
body
bad
has
first.
yeah,
Whatever it is, depending on your situation, what you have, right? If you can maintain the freezer, or if it, you can put your food outside in the snow or use coolers, whatever, that buys you a little bit more time. But
yeah,
you still have to eat something, right? And maybe you don't want to dig into that ultra long term, 20+ year shelf freeze dry, blah blah blah, dehydrated food. Okay, then what? All right, or you not go spaghetti, pasta? I don't know, rice, right? So I'm always thinking, what would you consume right away?
indeed.
Right? Is it gonna be that peanut butter, or I don't know? Because I'm always thinking like that. Is like, what would be the first thing? Because especially if you're trying to make that stretch, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, I do.
Like, let's say during the summertime, and let's say you don't have a generator or whatever. Yeah, maybe it's that freezer or fridge stuff first, right?
Yeah,
Or maybe you're working together with some other people, right? You know, you know. I mean, for me, I'd be less worried about that during the winter time than in the summertime. One of those things for it.
yeah. Wintertime is easier because you can put
Yeah,
things out in the snow, but
or coolers.
the sun,
I'm more a fan of coolers just because you can contain that. Elevate it off the ground, hang it or whatever, right? Get it off the ground more. Put snow inside, right? Stack it up on the side, right? You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like, essentially, I'm always looking at these real world examples. It's just like, what would I consider or do in that situation with similar resources? Because I know Uncle El's a big proponent enjoys the thermoses.
yeah,
So, he does like his thermoses instead. So, and I mentioned the hay in the box for a slow cooker or whatever it is, right? Yeah. So yeah, light, heat, cooking. Yeah, light, heat,
yeah,
and electric, I guess power, right? Electricity in general. So stuff like that,
yeah.
and things that can help that. Either recharging it or, well, yeah. Things to split that wood, that log or something like that to use, or something along the lines of that.
Yeah,
The batteries that you can actually hold that power for you for a little bit to use with like silver lights or whatever, right?
yeah,
And
exactly.
they got those floodlights now too. These solar floodlights, I see them around every so often. I know a few people that have them and such, right? So that's why I'm a little bit less worried about the lighting, because that seems to be the easier thing. Lighting is actually the easier thing. It's actually heat and fuel. It's more advanced. It's usually, and you need something bigger, like a generator and such, right? A solar array and, you know, all that stuff, right? The small scale in
Yeah.
terms of lighting is really easy, actually. Most people, it's within their budget to attain that. Whether it be candles, flashlights, lanterns, solar lights, and all that stuff. Very common. And even for me, it's like the solar lights would come first, if possible.
Yeah.
Then I would dip into candles or something like that. Because I don't personally have glow sticks or candle lights.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't get enough of them, or I randomly use them for something. So I don't tend to have them in my kits. It can be a good source. Single use,
Yeah.
but that's so. I'm missing the chat. Sorry. Oh, at least my phone's back up. Almost 70%. So, hey, Nicole, I see you in there. I see she's back. Probably hitting a nice home run, like usual, right, Nicole? I'm assuming. She really does like her baseball. So
Yeah, I know.
she likes baseball as much as I like hockey here in Canada. Each one to their own.
I prefer football.
Yeah. So
Well, soccer, what you would call it.
okay. Well, and then that's like finding tuning your fuel or power needs to what you have to deal with in your own area, and utilize stuff that's available, whether it be solar or whatever, right?
Yeah.
As much as you can, and hopefully you have enough to get by. You know, hopefully you'll be like kind of smoothing it in the short term. Did I tell you, Shadow back last year
Yeah.
during when Hurricane Fiona, or did they name it Tropical Storm mainly? When it came on the eastern side of Canada, on the Atlantic side, right? Like,
Yeah.
after day 1 and 2, fuel became an issue. To run the generators, right, and stuff like that. So, like, I don't know if it was for heat or something like that, because I know it was, let's say, in the single digits, like in the 40s for everyone else in the US, right? So, warmth had to be an issue. It's not as cold as it is now, but, you know, that was back in November, but just thinking stuff like that, fuel was an issue during that time, so. Because people had to do what they had to do, or try.
Yeah.
Because I'm only thinking, even if you can't cook and feel like you might have to ration it a little bit more than you think, right? You'd be like, oh, I'm only getting as half as what I expected. Instead of getting 10, I got 5 gallons or whatever, right? So you gotta make the best, not make do, but make the best of it. You know, whatever it is. Because I'm always thinking like that kind of cliche of like, oh, I'm running out of fuel and I'm driving in the snow or something like that, right? I'm always thinking like that because fuel, that'd be the first thing, right? Fuel in your vehicle, for example, right? Right? If you remember right. I mean, lots of people have shown in real reenactments and stuff like that, and I'm always thinking to myself, yeah, because they always say, you know, run the engine, you know, just every 10 minutes or whatever, right? Or just enough to cut down the chill, right? Because I'm always thinking like that. It's just like, yeah, just enough to kind of keep going, right?
Yeah.
Just not quite comfortable, but just below comfortable, but not. I don't like this anymore, kind of deal. A little bit better than I don't like this anymore. I'm not comfortable, but I'm not, shivering, kind of deal. Just enough to kind of cut the edge. So you might have to rationalize that. Now, hopefully, you have a full tank and all that stuff, right? So you can make it go a little bit longer, right? Regardless if it's that, solar array that you have your battery banks full, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, a full tank in your car or truck or whatever, you can go a lot longer, right? Because you have your capacity for fuel is maxed or pretty high compared to someone else that may have like half a tank or running on fumes. They have less time to work with now. Because I've been thinking of like things that have actually happened. Like look at it in the U.S. with I-95 right during that time period. Was it last year or the year before? Anyways, right? And I mean, like it's that same thing, right? 24 hours. People were in the vehicles for 24 hours. So personally, in the snow, it's probably as cold or like this what I'm experiencing right now, snow and stuff like that, right? So if you had more of a tank or like, hey, I have this jerry can with fuel inside. For some reason, you prepared well enough, right? You might have, you had more to work with. And such, right? And hopefully, blankets and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Or you can get by with just turning the engine on like 5 minutes every 2 hours versus someone else that has to turn it on more frequently as they have less shelter elements. Like blankets, whatever, right? Because there's a certain, like, I'm really cold, I'm craving some warmth here, right? Kind of deal, right? So, I'm gonna turn on the engine, okay. I gotta cut this edge, right? I gotta light a candle or whatever, right? But if you have proper shelter elements, then, you can resist that urge. Because you're still warm, right? And that's, still tolerable. Hi, March. Speak of March, it's almost March. Today's 26, 27th, isn't it? Alright, isn't it? What's the date today? Yeah, I think, yeah. We're almost done the month. So. Hey, Shadow.
Yeah.
Do you have any real world examples from your neck of the woods? Like something that you've seen or like kind of, like even here in Canada, I mean, people on the side of the road because ice or whatever. That's sometimes they have to stay in their vehicles for a while.
Yeah, it's pretty slippery here.
Right. Well, I'm just saying if it's in the middle of, I wouldn't say nowhere, but in the middle of like the highway or whatever, like hours from, per se, town or whatever, anywhere, right? Well, and you're on the side of the road. Well, it would be you probably would stay with your vehicle.
Yeah.
Let's just say it's high windshield or whatever, right? So, I mean, full tank of fuel or or something to dip into, would be nice to know, right? Because you might just be waiting for someone to pick you up, but you got to give them time to get dressed or whatever, get off work and pick you up. Well, right now, you got to wait with your vehicle, right?
Yeah.
You know someone's coming in 3 hours, but you have to wait, right? Which means it's just like, okay, you would be like, well, at least I got 3/4 of a tank, so it should be good, right? I can still, my heater's still working or whatever, right? I just can't get out of this spot or whatever, right? So
Yeah.
stuff like that. So, and, you would be like, oh yeah, I got a blanket sleeping. Yeah, okay, yeah. If it takes them longer to get over here, then I can still make it. I'll still be relatively comfortable. Versus, oh, I just came out in a small jacket. I thought I was just gonna be in my vehicle for like an hour, right? Right?
Yeah.
Where you don't have to crank up the heat a lot more and use more of that fuel to maintain that kind somewhere around comfort level.
Yeah. I
Where you're
agree.
not, where you're not shivering or something like that, right? As long as you're not shivering, still good. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I was just thinking about the furnaces now. Some of these furnaces can hold hot water for like 8 hours hot. So, right. If you had one of those with you, you'd be like, oh yeah, I got instant coffee. I got the furnace hot water. I'm still good, right? You would be having a cold, nice warm brew, right?
Yeah.
Or coffee, you'd be like, it'd be a morale boosting effect, right? You'd be like, okay, this ain't so bad, right? Kind of deal, right? It would warm you up and lift your spirits a little.
Yeah. Exactly.
Because I'm only considering, like I said, what people have done in, let's say, stuck out in the cold. Like, I know you said it as fuel and electric power, but, heat or staying warm kind of goes into this still. There's a lot of times you're using fuel to heat, right? So, if you're using heat, you have the tendency to use it for staying warm. Not always for cooking,
Yeah.
but to stay warm with, right? Now, also, more primitively, it would be with fire, but
Yeah.
passive solar. But I'm thinking, kind of like whatever people are doing, like modern day, in a vehicle, like where it's don't happen, and it has happened. All right. How many times
Yeah.
has it happened in the last couple of years? Right. It can happen.
Yeah. Exactly.
So you'd be like running low on fuel and power, right?
Yeah.
And you have to, I'm not saying you have to be stationary or shelter in place, but unless you can make it 50 miles on foot and want to do it, right? Kind of deal, or to the nearest gas station in town, you probably won't. So, or you're with people or kids or family members, right? So one of those things, right? So where you're far away from civilization, but kind of everyone's in the same boat at that time. Where having some extra fuel would be nice, right?
Yeah.
Because how many people actually even carry a jerry can in their vehicle, let alone actually have extra fuel for that?
Actually,
Well, because I live,
after what I have
yeah,
seen, there is not many who has a jerry can in their vehicles.
yeah. Because even if you could go get gas or whatever, and your vehicle's down that low, right? Now you don't even have a container, and improvising is not the greatest thing to do with that at times, right? A jerry can is much more suitable than something else, right? Let's remember that. those viral videos that went out there about stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
So. I would feel more comfortable being with an actual jerry can or that's suitable or meant for petrol or gas, for example, in that case, versus something else, right? At least I know, well, I should be pretty good with this. I just got to get back to the vehicle now, kind of deal. Versus something that's more flimsy or it could break, right? That's all you need, right?
Yeah.
Right. I don't think I want to drop the fuel like, oh, I'm almost to the vehicle and drop the fuel. You'd be like,
Those jerry cans are really, they are really good. I like those jerry cans, but they are hard to find here in Sweden.
Mm.
You can get them, but I haven't seen anyone sell them. But
yeah.
they are usually they are usually has a red color.
Yeah, I've seen it. I see one right now too.
You
Obviously, they have
can get
smaller sizes. Yeah, 1 gallon, 5 gallon, and such.
those jerry cans are on 25 liters, if I remember it correct. So
yeah, and they're kind of easier to pour and to fill and all this other stuff compared to other things, right? That's probably not the time to want to improvise.
That is what I like with the jerry cans is you have basically it's the handle is set up in three, divided in three. You have one there, and one in the middle, so you can grip there.
Yeah, or you can
choose, or take the other,
or hook it up so you can like swing it over your shoulder, kind of deal. If you had to go without doing that. Hopefully you wouldn't have to. Hopefully you wouldn't have to. Hopefully you wouldn't have to. You know, you prepare in advance a little bit more and try to leave with a full tank as much as possible, or the most that you can get. All right. Because everyone's like always like, oh, keep your tank more than half or whatever. Just keep it as full as possible, right? Especially the longer the trip is, right? Try to keep it as full as possible, right? Especially on longer trips. You know, you're going on vacation or and stuff like that, or you're visiting someone 4 hours away, right? No, where am I filming up? Right? Trying to maintain that kind of, especially out in the wintertime, right? You might need that fuel.
Yeah.
Because I've gone like on these 8-hour car trips, right? Across province and stuff like that here in Canada, where it's just like, we know exactly where we're fueling up, right? And we're trying to maintain a kind of more than half kind of deal, right?
Yeah.
Just in case. I mean, I didn't really need to bring it per se, but I did bring a sleeping bag, right? Although it doubled as my blanket for later. That's actually why I brought it, but
yeah,
it was, you know, I was just like, you know, we told people we were doing all those stuff, and so. Because the last thing we needed was like to be out of fuel or without power. In that case, in terms of a vehicle, right? So, because that wouldn't be pretty. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, that's what, you know, our phones were all topped off and stuff like that, right? Yeah. You know, we told people where we were going so they can still meet us on the highway or whatever if we have run into issues, right? But we got to be able to call. And then in the meantime, while we're waiting for them for 4 or 6 hours, right, we got to stay warm, right? If it came down to that, right? Hopefully,
Yeah, exactly.
hence the sleeping bag, right? The battery bank, so I can keep in contact, maintain my phone. Because at that during that time, the grid could be up, right? Just like localized, right? In terms of the vehicle, right? No power, no fuel, or whatever combination of both, right? Something happened, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it's not just from a flat tire; it's just kind of something.
Well, it's low.
So while I'm waiting for, because even if you did manage to call a tow truck or whatever, you might still have to wait. If you're out on the open highway, you're 6 hours away. That's six hours, right? Look how far you are from the closest town or whatever, right? Major area. Well, that's not taking that long at least. You know what I mean? So
yeah. Leonard Lund says, "Hi, CR."
I learned. Well, I'm just thinking like real world, right? I think like from like not just like major SHTF like blackout grid down, but like just localized or very within your vehicle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then everyone's gonna pull over and like let you like hitchhike with them into town or help you into town, right? So that's even if you see a vehicle. So I'm always thinking, yeah, make sure you have stuff on you on the highway. And stuff like that. Like if Warhaven was here, if he was here, he'd be like, yeah, that's why he has that second battery in his truck and stuff like that, right? So he can run other things too, right? In terms of power.
But
right?
the problem is most people don't have an extra battery in their cars.
Yeah, exactly, right? So because I'm always thinking like, you know, I've seen vehicles in the winter or whatever, you know, people have issues with their heater. It runs, they don't have a heater. So, like, in terms of, yeah, there's fuel, but the fuel in terms of moving the vehicle's there, but not in terms of staying warm. So, again, a little bit of shelter on myself.
Yeah.
Because it may be one of those things where it's just like, you know, you're driving on the highway, but your heater's not working. Well, you can still move, but you got to stay warm. Well, that sleeping bag or whatever might look weird being in your lap or whatever you be, but you can still make it to your destination. Yeah, you know, and you got gloves on, and you got gloves or mitts on, so you can still drive and, you know, do all that stuff, right? Shift and you know, change lanes and all that stuff, right? Because things happen, right? Things do break down, and hopefully it wouldn't be your heater in the middle of winter, but.
Yeah. And the problem is if you travel a longer distance, 6, 7, 8 hours, especially in winter.
And people do that. I know people do that because I see people on the highway. I've seen people on the highway when it's minus 30.
Well, it is so
people
many
that
things that can go wrong, that can fail. So
now, most of the time, it'd be like, you know, you're waiting for a tow truck or waiting for someone to pick you up. But remember, look how far you are away, and factor in conditions like snow drifts, ice, whatever, right? So they might have to drive slower. So let's say you're 2 hours away from civilization or from home or whatever. It might take 3, 4 hours or longer, right? So you just gotta wait, right? Having these extra things like blanket and stuff like that would make the in a vehicle more comfortable. You know.
Yeah.
So it's just waiting game now, right?
Yeah.
But you plan ahead where you have sleeping bags or a blanket, stuff like that. Oh, my fuel tank's up more than half or whatever. I can run the heater if I really needed to, right? And stuff like that. I got boots in the back and change into them from these shoes I was wearing from work or whatever, right? Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Or I would say, stuff like that. Or let's say you got a Thor light or whatever, it's dark out already. Well, no, you don't actually have to use your car battery to get some lights on for a little bit while you wait for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
So. I think it would suck if you ran out of fuel or ran out of power when you're still waiting. Because then you got to be like, oh, now what do I do? Kind of deal. I ran out of that primary source. Or it's running low when I can't ration nothing anymore. Because, there's nothing left, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Hence why if you start off with more, then it's a little bit easier. Because it gives you a little bit more time, and a couple hours, an extra half a day or whatever, right? It's just like having more water on you to start with, then, it could go a little bit longer. I mean, eventually you're going to have to top it off or whatever, or find a source. But in the meantime, right, buys you that time. I think, if I remember, I'm trying to remember here. Oh, I think it was out in Ontario, out east, about like blackouts or something. I know some sort of form of a power outage or whatever. I don't know how long that lasted for, but yeah, it does happen.
Probably a couple of hours.
Yeah. All right. Because now for me, it's just like I'm always worried about like a couple hours. In the short term, I got lights right away, right? I'm not,
Yeah.
I'm not scrambling to find something. I could just be like, okay, do something else in the meantime, kind of deal, right? 3 hours go by, then next thing, I start getting more notice or should be concerned about. But power's back in full. So okay, I'm good. Just minor inconvenience. I'm using silver lights or something like that. Okay, it's still good.
Yeah.
Because I still have options.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Have options. It's always a good idea.
Yeah. You'd be surprised how many people actually don't have battery banks. I start to realize that more and more. Some people do. I think the people that do preparedness and some people that use a lot of tech stuff like phones or stream or something like that, yeah, they tend to have the battery banks. But people outside of that tend not to. If that makes any sense. Like I know friends that have it, but their mom and dad don't have one because they're in the vehicle a lot of the time or at home, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Versus like someone like me, which I'm outside a lot, or people that do a lot of mobile vlogging with, or streaming. Yeah, they have the tendency to have battery banks, so because they use them or have the need for them. So.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if you're outdoors and do a live stream or something.
Mm-hmm.
And you stream with your phone.
Yeah, cold too, right? And all
Yeah.
that stuff. So
that will drain definitely your battery.
yeah, because sometimes
So,
it could be a power outage, but you still have, for the time being, you still have mobile or cellular communication
yeah.
at that time, right? So, you might be wanting to call someone. Be like, hey, power outage here, right? To get some information at that time, right? So you might want to charge up your phone.
Exactly.
I'm always looking for like other things that can help out, whether it be light, heat, whatever, right? More options, add more options onto the table, and hopefully, like you said, one of them or more of them or multiple forms of them can work in the meantime, and hopefully buy me enough time until whenever. Until something comes back, or I find a more sustainable source.
Yeah.
I didn't realize there were so many comments. Oh, I see everyone in here.
Hey, Warren RCG, good to see you, brother.
Hello, Warren.
How are you doing, Warren? I hope everything is okay with you, my friend. That's awesome, Nicole, that you like it here. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, ShadowScoutSwede, I actually rotate between at least 2 battery banks. I've used one during the time period, whatever it is, but the other one tends to be charging or full still. So I always have one battery bank that's full, all the way topped off. Kind of like, instead of going towards a battery bank that, something happened or whatever, or the power went out, and I'm like, only at half. And the other one's like pretty much dead, right? I don't want to go for that. So I try to maintain one all the time.
Yeah.
So I always know I have a fairly full battery bank.
You need a battery bank, power bank.
Well, that's when, that's when I have 2
with
right now. If you only have one,
capacity,
that's one thing.
So
yeah. Well, because it takes a while to recharge them too, especially the larger the capacity. That's why now that I have at least 2 with, let's say, over 10,000, I use one until it blinks or whatever, but the other one's always charged all the way, pretty much 100%, right? 90, 100%, 95%. So I know I always have that much time left on the battery bank to whatever use it for. Probably for light, for example, okay?
yeah, the battery bank I have, this one, it takes very long time to recharge this one.
The capacity on that. 10,000?
I'm gonna check it. Here we go. 10,000 milliamperes.
Yeah, because a lot of that stuff will take like most of the day, if not the whole day.
Yeah.
16 hours or something along the line.
If you need it day after, you need to charge this one day before you go somewhere.
Yeah, see, that's why as soon as I have 2, if you can once you have 2, let's say you're a person that likes to use them or whatever. I like to have one always charged and use one. As soon as the other one dies, I start charging that and use the other one. That way, there's always power going in, but I'm hopefully all the time I have one that's pretty full, and then I just keep that rotation, right?
Yeah.
Keep that rotation going. That way, it's
Yep.
like give or take for any time of year or situation. Hopefully, it's pretty full. Now, if I had free, then I can, then I would just add that in. So hopefully, one would always be full, right? Because like you said, it takes a long time to charge those. Yeah, they give you a lot of power, standby power, but it takes a while to recharge that all the way back up to 100% capacity. So if you're running like a generator, that's a long time to run the generator.
Yeah.
You're running off solar or whatever. Yeah, wouldn't be so bad, but. Because I don't want to be in a vehicle trying to recharge that. I mean, if it's like let's say an 8-hour road trip or whatever, yeah, you're in your vehicle long enough to do that, but and you're running the vehicle and you're moving too, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Just to be stationary, I don't know. That's a long time. Wait for a battery bank to charge.
In that case, you have to wait forever for basically.
Yes. Hold on a sec. I'll be right back.
Yeah,
I'll be right
okay,
back.
no problem.
Keep talking.
Yeah, I'm gonna do my best to talk.
Yeah, shift kicker. I see you in there too. I'll be right back.
Yeah. I found this battery bank, power bank. This one is pretty good actually, but it takes hours before this is fully charged, and I probably need to get an extra just in case. And this one has a little. This is not full. 3 lights up 4. Okay, that was weird. And I have a little flashlight on this one. But this one has worked pretty good for me. And it was pretty expensive. I think I paid around $40 for this one. But it works. And this one has,
my battery, speaking of battery, my battery's back up to 85.
Yeah. And this power bank has held up pretty good, actually. I'm happy with it.
Oh, that's good.
I haven't had any problems with this one. So that is good.
Yeah, that's one of these things I didn't actually notice as for using the battery bank. I'm like, oh, look, the conveniences of actually.
Okay, what happened now, Sierra? You just cut off in the middle of a sentence. I'm sure you can, Nicole. Where did I put that one? Oh, well, I had another power bank, but with solar panels on it, but that one didn't hold up that well. So that sucked, really. And that is why I bought this one. And this has never failed me yet. So that's good. But
Yes, that's good.
yeah, I got another one. I believe it was 50,000 milliampere, but
Mhm.
that one failed me after a while. So that's why I bought that, the one I have now. So
Mm-hmm.
this one. So that sucked really because I had solar panels on that one, the other one. So, but
Well, like I said, I mean, lighting tends to be one of the easier things to start preparedness for, because there's a lot of options.
yeah,
From the solar lights, the battery banks, the candles and such, glow sticks and all that stuff, right? You know, from the right, flashlights, headlamps,
yeah,
right, solar lights and all that stuff. There's a lot of options. So, or like some people like Fuga or Gil, right? They have those
yeah,
plug-in lights too, right? That will turn on if there's no power coming in, right? And automatically
yeah,
triggers it to turn on, right? So I've seen those from both of them. Even my friend
yeah,
has one of those, right? So it's one of those things that it's just like, let's say, without power or right?
yeah,
Well, now you can actually see what you're going to start doing in the first second, for example, right?
yeah,
Because it's one thing like a hurricane, you see that coming, kind of deal, right? Storm, tornado, you could see that coming, right?
yeah,
Rolling blackouts or whatever, you may or may not see that coming, right? You know, like for me, it was kind of, I shouldn't say weird, but during the heat wave that we had here in Canada, back in 2021 in the summer,
yeah,
I kind of knew to expect that, and it did happen. I expected it. I was just like, wait a second, it looks like this hot now. People are gonna use AC a lot. I should expect some form of a blackout or rolling brownouts. Just the way that I just see that happening, and yeah, it actually did happen.
yeah,
Couple hours, right? But I kind of knew. But I had battery banks, solar, topped off, right?
yeah,
You know, it was just a minor inconvenience. You know, I had to shower with a solar light. It was like, you know what I mean. I
yeah,
didn't have to kind of be in the shower with a candle,
yeah,
which I don't like doing because I can't see the candle. And usually in the washroom, there's things like currents and stuff like that, right? So Yeah, a solar light or whatever. I just hang it. Yeah, I was fine.
Yeah, exactly. And those solar showers.
Yeah, I could have probably used one of those too.
Yeah,
I mean, it didn't. It was.
I
Just,
had an idea to buy one myself.
I mean, we were fortunate enough that happened after per se supper time.
Yeah,
So just ate, so it didn't have to cook, right? And it
Yeah.
was just before dark, so it was one of those things. And I was just like, oh, hey, here's a shower. There's no outdoor lights.
yeah,
No windows, so it's dark inside, right? But hey, I got lights, so I could just turn it on. Still have a quick shower, It was just a minor inconvenience, right? Because I had sources, right? I was still good. Because actually, yeah. So it's one of those things. Because actually, I was outside during that time, so I didn't notice it at first. Because it's still daylight, right? It's just like I'm not outside, and I don't, I'm just like, oh, right.
yeah,
But it was sunny out all day, so I had solar lights. So it's just like, yeah. I was just like, minor
yeah,
inconvenience. I just brought the solar lights inside. Here I am using solar lights to have a shower, but I had that option.
yeah,
I didn't even need to use candles or things that per se took, batteries like a flashlight. Yeah, I didn't even have to dip into that. And I knew where the stuff was, right? That's another thing about these power outages, right? When you are without fuel, if you have options and know where they are, well, you can dip into them, and hopefully buy you enough time. Hopefully, right?
yeah.
Until you find more
Hopefully.
or whatever comes back. Speak of supper time, eh? Speak of that, eh? Yeah. Yeah, during that time, Shadow, I was talking to a few people, just indirectly, right? I was trying to maintain some op spec and all that stuff. And just like, I just kind of showed this battery bank, right? Anyway.
Yeah,
But I disguised it in terms of, or the lights I had, right? I'd be like, oh, I go biking a lot during at night, so that's why I have them, right?
Yeah.
I kind of hid that kind of preparedness part a little bit, right? Why does CR have all this stuff? It's like, oh, because he bikes at night, or he was camping, right? I'm trying to kind of like those things, like the solar lights, right? Those pathway solar lights or whatever, right?
yeah,
they could be useful too, right? Or oh,
yeah. They
these
can.
headlamps, right? It's like, oh, it's for camping, but while I'm at home, I can use them during a power outage, right? While
Yeah,
I'm at the field.
exactly.
So that's how I kind of hid these things from people, right? They just seem, oh, that's why he has them, right? I didn't say, oh, these are my preparedness items. No, they just happen to be used for other things too. But in this case, I can use them. The battery bank, right? The solar lights.
Yeah,
At least start off with, right? Because that was during the summer, so I'm like, okay. First of all, lighting's probably gonna be the first thing. I just ate, so I don't have to open the freezer or cooler, anything like that yet, right?
yeah,
Right? Kind of, because at that time I didn't know how long it was gonna be. It was only a couple hours, but I'm like, But I knew, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm good for the night. If by morning, if it's still down, then I'll take the next step. Next step I have to take, right? Stuff like that.
yeah,
I probably could have went that whole night without candles. Well, I didn't know I could have went the whole night without candles. Because I had so many LED lights to dip into too. So. And I could did stuff too, right? So That's that stuff I could do without power or electricity.
Yeah.
So, see, Shadow, this is why I like to hand sew more than like use the sewing machine.
Yeah.
Because I can do that I can hand sew anytime, right? As long as I can see it, I can hand sew it.
Yeah.
Because some of those
And you are
electric
better
hand
on that than
sewing
I am.
machines, right? You don't have time to run them. And that one has one that you can spin a wheel or just crank it, right? I don't know how many people have those, right? So most people have an electric sewing machine. So those are all great and all, but they take power, right?
Yeah, those old sewing machines, when you had a pedal, you just did like this, and you get
Yeah,
that
it'd be
needle
like
go
you
up and
just
down.
hand spin it.
Yeah.
So the needle goes up and down and stuff like that. So. Well, because I was just thinking, it's just like that an electric sewing machine would be a high priority for using of power, even if you had that standby power. It'd be no, you're gonna hand sew CR. We can't ration more power to your sewing machine. We gotta ration it to the freezer. Okay, all right.
Yeah, okay.
No, something like that, or the fridge, right? Or a CPAP machine or something like that, right? So having things that are passive or don't require the electricity or fuel, or use less of it, could be beneficial, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Let's see, how long is it? I gotta wait another like 5 or 10 minutes. My headset doesn't take that long to charge.
Yeah, it can take some time.
Oh, that reminds me. I'm considering people like with hearing aids too. I met someone over the last summer that took a hearing aid, and she has to recharge, right, for USB.
Yeah.
I'm like, battery bank would be so advantageous, right, during that situation
Yeah.
and stuff like that, right?
Okay,
Because
Leonard.
in terms of hearing aid or whatever, right, that reduces your capability. Now you can't hear as well, which means you can't hear, whatever, right? So, I mean, if you were home alone or whatever or something like that, that'd be a major inconvenience.
Exactly.
Come on, go from here. Oh, that's cool, Leonard. That's cool. So, yeah. Let me ask you guys in the side chat and you too, Shadow.
Yeah.
Because I've shown a version of a lights out or blackout or a power outage kit in the past, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, do you have something like that, or do you actually know where the items are, or do you keep the items somewhat similar together? Or I know some people have like, hey, this washroom doesn't have windows, and they'll put a flashlight in here, right? So if I'm caught in the shower, I can still get out of the shower.
Yeah.
Something like that, right? Because that's the thing about, let's say, oh, the power's working, then until it's not. It's not always scheduled. It's not always noticeable seeing it in advance, right? Because it's like, oh, it's clear out, it's sunny out, right?
Yeah.
Like, obviously, a storm, thunderstorm, blah, 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 right? Yeah. You kind of expect that to happen in time, right? Hurricane or whatever, you expect the power to go out, right? But if it's sunny out, you don't expect that, so you might be in the shower. It's just like, next thing you know, it's like, there's no power. And, it could be as simple as, hey, your bulb went out in your shower at that time. It's just coincidence. Now you just want to finish your shower, but you have a light right next to your a flashlight or whatever. I can finish the shower, get out, get changed, then something like that. Versus wait, you know what I mean? Like, because it's possible for that to happen. I keep forgetting. Before we all changed from incandescents to like LED lights, that's how it was, right? Those bulbs could go out, right?
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking, LEDs couldn't stop working. Those bulbs are not forever, right? So it's just one of those times where it's just like worst timing, right? It decides to go out or stop working, right? When you're in the middle of the shower. And let's say you get soap in your hair or whatever, right? And it's like, try doing all of that without seeing in the dark. Some people don't want to, or it might be dangerous or whatever, especially if you're older or elderly, right? So having a nice flashlight, at least now you can finish what you're seeing, see what you're doing, right? Don't stub a toe on or whatever, right? Not have to rush it, right? I mean, I don't know if anyone's actually tried to do that without seeing that. All right.
Yeah.
You get what I mean, right?
Yeah, I know.
Because probably the closest person that ever comes to doing that is someone that's blind.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they go for that all the time, but people don't go for that. They're not as careful, right? It is like, you gotta feel your way. I don't want to stub my toe or whatever, right? Or trip. That's probably one of the worst things you want to be doing, because you slip or, whatever, right?
Yeah.
That's why I'm a big proponent of having, like, especially in a washroom that does not get natural light, like a window or whatever.
Yeah.
Have a flashlight or something along the lines of that. Even if you wanted to have like a flashlight and a glow stick, right?
Yeah.
Something like that. Because then you have both options available. Primary source would be the flashlight. The secondary source would be the glow stick, right? Because even if you're in the shower and you just get out right away, you still have to dry yourself off before you put clothes on. It's very, very difficult to put clothes on when you're still wet.
Yeah.
Your skin's still wet, right?
Yeah.
You can't put socks on. It's really
a
hard. It's actually because it sticks, right? And it's just like you can't. Then next thing you know, you're ripping shirts trying to brush.
Yeah, I have my glow stick. I believe this is red, the red one. Yeah. Yeah, it's the red one.
Yeah.
Nice to have.
Because like something like a flashlight and a glow stick, it covers a lot of different scenarios to start with, right? Most of the time you're done using the flashlight, but if problems with the battery or whatever, you can use the glow stick, right? Until you can get back out of the shower to get dressed, right? It's just one of those things, right?
And those glow sticks.
I mean, imagine if you were home alone or something like that. That'd be
give you a pretty good light, so.
Yeah, if you're home alone or whatever, living alone, no one's gonna be there to pass you a flashlight, right? But you do want to, right? Hey, unless you want to grab your towel and you don't have to grab a towel or whatever, run to your bedroom or whatever. I gotta grab this phone, and then everyone brings their phone into the washroom too. I know some people do, but not everyone brings it, right? And it could be one of those instances. I left it charging by my bed or whatever. Right. So unless you want to go grab it, right?
Yeah.
With shampoo in your hair and go back in the shower and try to finish rinse that off, right?
Yeah.
It's more convenient just to have the flashlight right outside the door, right? Kind of outside the curtain or whatever, right? It's just like sitting there and just like conveniently, I can reach it even in the dark, turn on, finish off, rinse off, right? Dry off, put my clothes on, then
or you can use a lantern like this.
But what I'm saying is like where it's already in the washroom, so you don't even have to get out of the shower. It's kind of within arm's reach, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like people like you, me, or people like Bob or whatever, like people that have to wear glasses, right? I don't wear my glasses in the shower because I'm in the shower right now. So my glasses, I gotta reach for my glasses too and put them on if I wanted to go somewhere else to like find a flashlight.
I always
It's just easier
put my
just to have it
glasses
outside
away
the
when
door.
I take a shower.
Pardon me. Well, I mean,
I-
just to like, it hasn't happened to me, and I don't know anyone that it's happened to, but since a power outage can happen at any time, it'd be like the worst case scenario. I just imagine someone's taking a shower when the power goes out somewhere it's happened to, right? It would be nice to know, hey, I can rinse the shampoo out of my hair and see and not trip or slip or whatever. I can actually see what I'm doing.
Yeah,
That's
but because if you
toe.
slip with your shampoo in your eyes,
And all this
the
other
power is
stuff,
gone.
right? Just because you can't
You
see
can
what
hurt
you're doing.
yourself pretty bad.
Well, or it'd just be as simple as stubbing your toe or tripping, right? I think that's one more things, right?
Yeah.
You know, and then noticing how far the distance is, right?
Yeah.
Because, like, for me, like a shower, it's just like within arm's reach of like some sort of light.
Yeah.
Probably easier to go with a flashlight and a glow stick. Not like a tea light or a candle. Because a tea light or a candle, you have to light it with a lighter or use something to light that with, and then you have an open flame, right? And a candle doesn't give that much light. Right?
No.
Like,
well, it gives some light, but not that bright.
Yeah, depending, it might be steamy in the shower still, right? So I'm just saying, right? So the candle may not be as effective. And then there's an open flame. I mean, it may work for some people or whatever, depending what you have, right? But you might have curtains or towels nearby that you don't want to chance that, right? So
you don't want
the ghost
to
stick is a
open
way
flame
of
there.
a ghost stick is not a witch form.
Yeah.
If that's necessary. It just depends on how safe it is to use a candle.
Yeah.
Some people can get away with that, but then there's other cases where, because you still have to get out and light it, right? And you're wet, right? So you're using a lighter, flint-based. Let's say you use an electric arc or whatever. Well, now you gotta make sure you don't get the wick wet or whatever, because it's gonna take that much longer. And it's just like, now I gotta wait for it. Oh, okay, now I can, right? Versus just reaching to snap a glow stick or hit a switch on a flashlight a little bit faster.
Yeah.
Chips. I want a chip now. Thanks, Nicole. Yeah. Speak of which, I have a washroom that doesn't have a light. Let's just see.
Yeah.
Let's just see here. Flashlight. Not the brightest, but it would at least give me something to work with. You know, I don't always bring the phone into the shower area. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
stuff like that too, right? Sometimes it's charging. You know, I have EDC items, right? What's to say? I could reach, but they might be like around the corner, right? But I have a flashlight to start with, and maybe reach for something else, right? I got something within arm's reach. If I have to grab something else, then I could, but well, because I'm always thinking it's just like some people that live with other people or whatever, or let's say someone like Kaylin who lives alone, right? It could be one of those instances where it's just like, oh, of course. Right when I have the shampoo in my hair and I'm in the shower already. Kind of deal, right?
Yeah.
So I'm probably still gonna try to rinse the shampoo out of my hair or whatever. Right,
Yeah.
at that time, because I'm not just gonna walk out with that because the shampoo's gonna get in my eye. Right.
Yeah.
You know, and you still have to dry off. So it's just
Yeah.
one of those things where you still got to do those things. Just being able to see would be a little bit more easier to work with.
Yeah.
Well, because you're in a
See,
vulnerable spot, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think I need to wrap things up. I have things to do tomorrow, so
Yeah.
I don't want to waste the whole Sunday because
Oh, I have something to
Leaving-
ask you after, by the way. I just
Okay.
figure I'll just ask you after the show. It'd just be more convenient since we're talking.
yeah,
So, yeah, I'll let you close the stream here.
yeah.
Thanks for having me
Okay,
on.
guys, you're very welcome. It's always a pleasure.
Yes, and,
Yeah,
have those options available, right?
yeah.
Right.
Thank you guys for stopping by. I appreciate that. And take care, stay safe. Good night, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. And God bless.
Take care, everyone.